Today, we'll talk on the 12 dependent originations. And the 12, it is also called the 12 links of dependent origination. In Buddhism, there are the Pratyeka Buddhas and the Stravakas. The Stravakas are those who listen to the Buddha's teaching, or who, after the nirvana of Buddha, in later generations, in later centuries, who read the Buddha's teaching, and from the language, from the Buddha's teaching, they obtained, through practice, they obtained nirvana. These are the Stravakas. Through listening, the power of listening and reading and the books and teachings, through listening and practice, or through reading and practice, they have something to depend on, the Stravakas. We are in the process of the Stravakas practice, because we read, we listen, we have language, we have words to depend on for the Buddha's teaching. But in other periods in the cosmic time, there are also the Pratyeka Buddhas who did not live in the time of the Buddha, who didn't have any teaching to depend on. No Buddha's teaching, they just depend on their own self-enlightenment through their observations, through their own intellectual understanding of the cosmos, of the universe, all through themselves, their own efforts, because they didn't have the Buddha to teach them, they didn't have monks and saints and sages who would teach them. They did not have the Buddha's teaching, no books or anything like that. They just depend on their own observations and intellectual thinking. And through observation and intellectual understanding of the 12 links of dependent origination, they obtain Buddhahood. Pratyeka Buddha, we call them Pratyeka Buddha. In the next half an hour, let's go through these 12 links of dependent originations. We can learn a lot from why do we go through life and death? How do we get away from life and death? The 12 links of dependent origination provide a detailed description on the problem of suffering and rebirth. Now, these 12 dependent originations are ignorance, mental formation, consciousness, name and form, the six senses, contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, birth, aging, and death. Now let's go through the first one, the 12 links. This is in a cycle. Ignorance. Dependent on ignorance, mental formation arises. Or we can say ignorance is the condition for mental formation, because everything is causation. Because of ignorance, we have mental formation. In other words, dependent on ignorance, we have mental formations. What do I mean by this? What is mental formation? Mental formation is like reaction. Because of our ignorance, we react with our ignorance. For example, we have mental defilements, we have depressions, jealousy, hatred, disappointment, fraudulence, all these things, all this reaction is because of our ignorance. We kill animals for food, we commit sexual misconduct, we are greedy, we curse, we lie. All these reactions, we react to our own ignorance. We have ignorance of this. So our ignorance misleads us into doing the wrong deeds, creating bad karma. Ignorance is the condition for mental formation. Mental formation is just reaction. It's just like reaction. Or we can say ignorance is the condition for reaction. Or we can say, on the other hand, from another angle, depending on, because it's dependent origination, depending on ignorance, reaction arises. Karmic reaction arises. Most of this reaction is non-virtuous, is not right, not good. Evil actions, for example. Sometimes we may perform virtuous actions, good actions, non-evil actions, but we may have performed them with attachment too, because we want good results. We do good deeds with attachment. This is also impure. From a perspective of complete eradication of ignorance, this kind of non-evil or good performances also have attachments to it. So ignorance is the first link. Depending on ignorance, because of our ignorance, reaction or mental formation arises. Mental formation needs more explanation, or reaction needs more explanations. Depending on ignorance, mental formation arises. Mental formations refer to the impression or the habits that we have formed in our stream of conscious moments. They are formed by repeated actions, just like the formation of a river by repeated flows of water in the stream. In the same way, our actions become habitual, like killing animals for food. Eating meat is like habitual eating. We don't know such habit is not right. We kill animals for food, it's not right, but we're habitually doing that. We have an egoistic feeling of protecting our own egos, and that's habitual thinking because of our ignorance. These habits become part of our personality, and we take these habits with us from life to life in the form of habitual energy. You see, this is reactions. We've been doing that out of habits. We're egoistic out of habits. We want to commit sexual conduct, for example, out of the habits. Depending on ignorance, or ignorance is the condition for reaction, for all these mental formations. Okay, next one. Mental formation is the condition for consciousness, or reaction, creating all this karmic energy is the conditions for consciousness. Now, we think in this way, because of our ignorance, we create a lot of karmic energy. And because of this karmic energy, we've done, for example, we've done the wrong actions, the wrong speech, the wrong thinking. Then when we died, this karmic energy won't go away. This karmic energy would carry us into the next chain of life and death. So depending on this reaction, this karmic reaction, consciousness arises. In our consciousness, it's all been tainted with this karmic energy. We have the consciousness that's been tainted with this. This consciousness is tainted with evil actions, with evil speech, and with this consciousness, we call it alaya consciousness. When our body died, the consciousness would not die. The consciousness would just roll on to the next life. We call it the alaya consciousness. Remember, we talk about 8 consciousnesses, and the alaya consciousness is the storage consciousness, which store all our mental formations, our reactions, all the karmic energy, all stored in there. And why do we have all this polluted consciousness, alaya consciousness? It's because of our ignorance. Because of ignorance, we perform all these reactions, all these mental formations, all these bad deeds, and all these bad deeds will become like a karmic energy that gets stored into our consciousness. And when our body dies, our consciousness, we, quote unquote, I, will reincarnate with my consciousness into the next life. So the first and the second is the general concept for the 12 links. Because of ignorance, we perform karmic energy. Because of karmic energies, we have retributions, we have suffering, and we carry all this into store into our consciousness. When our body dies, it does not mean that all these things disappear. It would roll with our consciousness into the next life, with our polluted alaya consciousness. Nothing would disappear. You have done something wrong on this life, you think when I die, it would disappear. No, the karmic energy will carry on. Third, consciousness is the condition for name and form. What is name and form? Name and form means mind and body. Name, because how do we start our thinking? We start our thinking with a name. No words, we can't think. No language, how can we think? How can we think of an orange when we don't have the concept of an orange? So name and form actually is the Chinese interpretation. So what does that mean? With consciousness, depending on consciousness, mind and body is form. What do we mean by that? Now, our alaya consciousness, when it's because of ignorance, we perform all these, we carry out the karmic energy and store into the consciousness, and even if the body died, the consciousness would not die, it would roll into the next life, and roll into the next life, the first to get into the embryo of your mom is the consciousness. Invisible consciousness. In other words, when a man and a woman comes together to perform that relationship, and when the sperm and the ovary fuse together, then your consciousness will zoom into that with that combination, will shoot in there and it becomes what you are in your mom's embryo. The consciousness would go first. That consciousness would go the last, leave the body the last when you died. And when you reincarnate, it would go first into the reincarnation. It leaves the last and it goes to first. You understand what I mean? So when a person passed away, his eyesight is gone, his senses are gone, no more nose function, ear functions. Slowly everything will be gone. And the last that leaves the body is that alaya consciousness. And somebody call it the soul. It does not matter how you call it. That consciousness, we call it. The calling it the soul is too spiritual. Why don't we just call it the consciousness, which is more of a modern term. And that consciousness, when a person dies, it leaves the body the last. And it leaves through the 6 locations. Because of the 6 paths of reincarnation. When it leaves through the sole of your feet, that means that person is going down to inferno. When it leaves through the kneecaps, that person is going to the animal realm, reincarnate in the animal realm. When it goes to the stomach, that person goes to the ghost realm. When it goes through the chest, it goes through the human. It's going to the human realm, reincarnate into a human again. If it goes through the eye portion, it goes to the Deva realm, which is the heavens realm, the beings in heaven. When it goes through the top, it goes to the Buddhahood realm. In other words, this person will not go through any more reincarnation after this life. It goes right to Buddhahood, enlightenment realm. So the 6 realms, going up through the 6th realm, it leaves the last. So some people like to test out on the deceased person where his or her consciousness has left through what location, by putting the cloth through certain location and test out if the whole body is all cold and if there's still a little bit of heat in those 6 locations, that means it leaves through that locations, which is very scientific. Because if you have a rod, if you have a burning rod, the heat of the rod will disintegrate. It depends on which locations it becomes cold. It gets the heat gets decreasing and decreasing, and the last location that the heat has decreased, it's the location that the heat leaves the burning rod. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah, right? No, you don't need more example. Depending on consciousness, name and form arises. That means consciousness is the conditions for name and form, or consciousness is the condition for mind and body. Now, what does it mean by mind and body, name and form? When the consciousness enters into the mom's body, then something is formed. The mind and the body, not just the body. In other words, whatever that entry does not mean that only the material enters. The material enters for the soul. It's the consciousness that enters, but immediately that fusion is a matter. It's the body, but it's the body in an ovary form, in a molecule form, in a minute form. So already formed, when the consciousness enters the body, that mind and body is already formed in the mom's body. You see how this change works? Because of ignorance, depending on ignorance, reaction mental formations and karmic energy is created. And because of this karmic energy, and later we'll go through the whole period of life, and then when we die, the consciousness leaves the body. And because of this consciousness entering the body, the mind and body is formed. The fourth, name and form is the condition for 6 senses. Name and form is body and mind, or mind and body. So, when the mind and body, that fusion of the sperm and the ovary is in the mom's body, it is still growing. The 6 senses will be coming out. The eyes of that fusion, the nose, the ears, the 6 senses. It's growing and growing and growing every day when the mom is, if it is healthy, it's growing and growing. So the 6 senses will be developing inside the mom's body. So depending on mind and body, the 6 senses are formed. Now when we think about these 6 senses, these 6 senses are formed, and these 6 senses will be the future outlets for environments, for everything surrounding us. But these 6 senses are already formed inside the mom's body. That these 6 senses provide outlets for interaction with the outside world. So they are very important. In the future, karmic energy are created through the outlets, through the 6 senses. We see, you hear, you taste, you listen. All these are created. All these 6 senses are created right inside the mom's body. So mind and body is the condition for the 6 senses. When we come to think of it, the Pratyeka Buddha, they didn't listen to the Buddha's teaching. They did not have any books to read. They did not have any sutra to chant. They just observed, and through the intellectual understanding, they observed this chain. And they got enlightenment through observation of these. How did they do it? We've been talking, we have a lot of books, videos and tapes and all that. And these Pratyeka Buddhas, they just, through their own intellectual internal observation, through their mind, they know these things and they practice accordingly. How do they practice? We carry on, you know how they practice. So don't underestimate this page. This page is about all of us. This page about all of the universe is in this page. You see, the Buddha's teaching has a lot of facets. One of the facets is the Pratyeka Buddha teaching, enlightenment. Just by following this, you already can attain nirvana. Okay, name and form is conditioned for the 6 senses. So the 6 senses in the mom's body growing and developing. Contact is the condition for feeling, or depending on contact, feeling arises. This contact has 2 facets. The internal contact with the mom Let's talk about internal contact. That baby in there has contact with the mom, physically and mentally. When the mom feels happy, he or she feels happy. When the mom feels sad, he or she feels sad. When the mom is always mad, always have a lot of tantrum, then the baby come out habituated to have a tantrum. So a lot of people believe that you really have to have that internal education. You start when the six senses are starting. In other words, education does not wait till the baby comes out. It's inside already. The mom needs to educate the baby. Through what? Through her own mental formation, through her own mental feeling. If the mom is always compassionate, if the mom is considerate, if the mom is courteous, if the mom does not have a tantrum of temperament, if the mom is always kind, if the mom becomes a vegetarian, so many education that the mom can't get into that embryo. So contact is with the mom's contact. If the mom drinks something cold, then the baby feels cold. If mom something hot, the baby feels hot. That's internal. Then when a baby comes out, the baby is born in the hospital, Richmond General or whatever, or the hospital, St. Paul's. You know. The baby comes out, the baby then have direct contact with the environment. When the baby has contact with the environment, the baby has feelings. When the baby isn't happy, the baby will cry. When the baby is happy, the baby will smile, will laugh, will giggle. So there's contact. Depending on contact, feeling arises. Pleasurable feelings, unpleasurable feelings, neutral feelings. General, this is general feelings. Feelings have so many kinds of feelings, but generally it's either pleasant or unpleasant or neutral. Let's put it this way. We can't, the list is inexhaustible. What kind of feelings? It's almost like a thermometer. It depends on what degree. 1 degree, 2 degrees. You know, you can't really classify up with feelings, so the Buddha said generally is pleasurable, unpleasurable, and neutral. But it's more than that, more than that. Feeling, the amount of feelings is immeasurable. It beats descriptions in feelings. And then, dependent, the 7-chained link. Depending on feeling, craving arises. At babyhood, the baby craves for something, for milk, for good food, because of the feeling, because of this feeling, there's craving for something, desire for something. When it's in the babyhood, when it's a teenager, when it's a toddler, a teenager, developing into adulthood and all that, all the time, he or she is craving. You and I. Depending on craving, clinging arises. You cling on, to attach to things. I attach to fame, reputation, wealth. I attach to good food. I attach to good brand names. I attach to everything. Clinging is attaching to everything. Craving creates all these things. Do you have those kind of cravings? Do you have those kind of attachment? I bet you do, because I have. Everybody has. Depends on the degree, the magnitude of it. The 8th, craving is the condition for attachment, clinging. Attachment is the condition for becoming, because we attach to everything. We can't let go of things. We're always desirous of something. Then that is a condition for becoming. What is becoming? Becoming is creating a lot of bad karmic energy. That's becoming. Becoming is the actions that we perform in this life. In other words, the habits develop over countless lives, combined with new actions performed in this life, result in a lot of things, result in becoming. It results in reincarnation, resulting in all this karmic energy. Becoming is the conditions for birth. Because of all this karmic energy created, depending on becoming, then we'll get rebirth. A birth is the condition for aging and death. Depending on aging and death, depending on birth, aging and death arises. When you're given birth to, you're doomed to have aging and rebirth, aging and death. Everybody has to die. Everybody has to age. Because you've been born. You've been born, you go through aging. You've been born, you go through death. No exception. So birth, depending on birth, aging and death arises. 12. Depending on aging and death, ignorance arises. Because of this aging and death, we cannot get away from aging and death to reincarnations, because we're always involved with ignorance. We didn't know how to meditate. We didn't know how to free ourselves from karmic energy. We do not know how to practice. We're egoistic. We perform a lot of karmic energy. This is ignorance. Because of that, it's aging and death, and it's never ending. So aging and death, depending on aging and death, ignorance arises. Or aging and death is the condition for ignorance. And because of this ignorance, we have mental formations. Because of mental formations, we have consciousness. Because of mental consciousness, we have mind and body in the mom's embryo. We have the six senses, contact, feeling, craving, attachment, becoming, birth, aging. It's all in a loop. We have been living that all in a loop, life after life. And do we know about it? And because of this aging and death, together with sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental sufferings and tribulations, thus arises this entire mass of suffering. This entire mass of suffering starts from what? Ignorance. And ignorance carry on and on and on to another life, life after life after the link of dependent originations. Right now, you have done the most important thing in your life. You are trying to get away from ignorance. Why do you come for meditation? Why are you getting interested in the spiritual path? Because you want to get away from ignorance. This is an extremely important moment or extremely important year in your life. You want to get away from all these. You want to get away from these 12 links of dependent origination by practicing the Buddha's teaching. The Buddha's teaching is geared towards eliminating all these. By stopping all these, eliminating all these. And we have a term in the Buddhist teaching. We call it nirvana, or we can call it nirodha. Or nirvana. Nirvana is what? Stopping all these things. Nirvana. We go to nirvana. We want to stop all these things. This, from ignorance up to aging and death, 12 links of dependent origination, it's just like following the stream, the water, unending flow of water. Habitually, we've been following this. We follow it. Now we want to go upstream. We don't want to follow it. We want to cut it. Don't you want to cut this suffering? Don't you want to cut this physical and mental suffering? We want to cut it. We don't want any more of this life. You think this life is pleasurable? Lots of suffering in this life. I don't have to go through what kind of suffering we have in life. We've gone through many, many times. We haven't even mentioned the suffering in wars. We only mentioned suffering, individual sufferings of aging, sickness, getting old, getting sick, or getting crippled, and all that. We haven't gone through the mass suffering that we have. Wars. How many people were killed in the First World War? Millions. How many people were killed in the Second World War? 7 to 80 millions. Many suffering war. Humans are killing each other. So, we know this is the flow, the dependent origination. How do we stop this? Nirvana. Stopping this. So, let's go through. How do we stop this? Go through number one, ignorance. With the complete eradication and cessation of ignorance, mental formation cease. If you stop ignorance, you stop your mental formations, you stop your reactions. With the complete eradication and cessation of karmic mental formations, then consciousness ceases. You don't have to get into a mom's embryo anymore. No more of this going through all these. With the complete eradication of consciousness, of mind and body, you don't need the six senses. No need for six senses, no need for contact, no need for feeling, no need for craving, becoming and attaching, no need for aging and life and death. No more of all those. Eradicate all those. Then, with the complete eradication and cessation of all these 12 links dependent originations, there comes the eradication of suffering. No more suffering. So what's the base of this? The base is in ignorance. And I still remember Lao Ji, one of the philosophers, the ancient Chinese philosophers, uttered a word. He said, problem arises because we have a body. You think, but people think, I got a body, this is a good body. But that is the problem. This body is the problem. But that's not the root of the problem. That's only the branch. Get to the root. What is the root? The ignorance that we have. Every Saturday you come and you try to do a little bit of work on the eradication of ignorance. Whether that is enough or not, then you know. But enough or not, is it ample for a complete eradication? It may not be in this life. But once you sow that seed of trying to get away from ignorance, that seed in there would grow someday. Someday you will know, with that seed, I have already learned, I want to get away from ignorance. And in this life, I don't want to waste my life anymore. I want to pursue that eradication of ignorance. And some people don't. Some people would go through wealth, reputation, fame, enjoyment, luxuries, enjoyment of the six senses, enjoyment of the ears, the nose, the taste. They want to taste animals fresh for food because they like the taste, they want to kill, they want to commit lots of karmic energy which would carry into this chain of reincarnations. Non-ending, no stop, non-stop. The Buddha has got away from all this. All Buddhas of the past have got away from all these. The future Buddhas would get away from all these. And if you have that seed in there, you are the future Buddha. You and I, we are the future Buddhas. So don't you know that step that you have taken to know the Buddha's teaching and to practice it is a very important movement, a very important moment in life. You have started it already. Are you going to carry that on? Some do it in one life and stop in the next life and carry on in the other life. The Buddha said, yes, there's a seed, there's a bija in there, a seed in there. When the seed is in there, what does that mean? It would grow because the seed is planted. Is there water for it? Is there fertilizers for it? Is there sunlight for it? Is there manual labor for growing it? It depends on you. You water it more, get more sunlight in, you try your work, it grows faster. If you come for a day of meditation, you don't come for 6 months, come for another day, it grows slowly. then you go through more suffering. Which do you prefer? So let's carry on. I said half an hour, but I only covered half a page. There are two main ways to interpret the 12 links. Sequential interpretation. Over a period of 3 lifetimes, the past life, present life, and future life. The past life, in other words, where do you fit the 12 links of dependent originations into a time frame? What kind of time frame we have? We have the past, the present, and the future. That's the time frame. Now, how do you fit this 12 links dependent originations in there? Past life, because of ignorance, because of this mental formations, represent conditions that are responsible for the occurrence of this life. Why do you have this life? Because of your ignorance. Why do I have this life? Because of my ignorance. If I involve in more ignorance than you, I suffer more than you. That's why we're not equal. You're better than me. You look prettier, you look stronger, and I don't look that way because I'm more ignorant than you in previous life. Through my actions, I have killed, I have committed sexual misconduct, I have done a lot of karmic energy that brought me down, and you haven't done that much. And of course, there are saints who are enlightened, who have already enlightened. There are saints and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who vow to help us to understand all this. Why do we chant mantras? We invoke these enlightened beings to help us. And they are all ready to help us. It depends on how you link up with them. There's another part of the Buddhist teaching. This is the Buddhist teaching in relation to the reality, to the realistic world. The other is the more spiritual side of it. There are beings who are ready to help you. Why do we chant Om Mani Padme Hum? Why do we meditate? Sometimes it's invocation of help. It's just like you ask help from a doctor. When you're sick, you ask help from a doctor. When your books is in confusion and you want to be part of the government, you ask help from an accountant. And when you have legal matters, you ask help from lawyers. But you got to pay them. But these sentient beings, these enlightened beings, you don't need to pay them because by definition of complete enlightenment, they live as if they suffer. When you suffer, they feel they suffer. It's just like the mom. The mom always are ready to help the kids. They won't forsake the kids. They won't let go. They won't forget about their folks. They always want to go back there and save them. But if you are ignorant, you cannot access. You don't have access to them. You don't have link with them. And meditation and chanting and mantra chanting and Sutta chanting, all this create link. Not just link, create understanding. I have just handed out some notes, and that is the dependent origination and cessation. I talked about this before, but it's good to learn it again so that we know what it means. What we have been chanting, we have a book in here, we've been chanting, actually we are chanting in a few languages. The first one is Pali. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa is in Pali. And then the mantra of compassion, Namo ratnatrayaya namaraya varagitisparaya buddhasadavaya mahasadavaya mahakarunikaya, is in Sanskrit. And then the Heart Sutra, we chant it in English. We didn't chant anything in Chinese, otherwise it would be 4 languages. But this here is in Pali. The difference between Sanskrit and Pali, not very much different. There's slight differences. But if you chant in Chinese, the Chinese language is quite different from the English language. But the English language it comes from the Latin family. And this Pali and Sanskrit is quite close to Latin. So you will find that if North Americans chant in Pali and Sanskrit, it will be easier to chant than in chanting in Chinese. Anyway, the Chinese chanting is translated from Sanskrit. So why don't we just revert to the origin? So we prefer to chant in Pali or Sanskrit. Why two languages, Pali and Sanskrit? In the time of the Buddha, in India, there's so many languages, maybe more than 100 dialects. But the most common are two, Sanskrit and Pali. Sanskrit is a language used by the mass population. A lot of people speak in Pali. The royal family, the higher level, the Brahmins, they spoke in Sanskrit. And the Brahmin, being the high royal class, they don't want the populace to speak Sanskrit because it's a privileged language. They thought it's a privileged language. So some of the philosophies, ceremonies were preserved in Sanskrit and not in Pali because they think that we are the higher class and people who speak Pali are the lower class. We want to preserve those prestigious philosophies, ceremonies in Sanskrit. But more and more, when the Buddha preached in both languages, Pali and Sanskrit. So this dependent origination is in Pali. Now why don't we you listen to how I pronounce it. It's Paticca Samuppada. Paticca Samuppada, everybody knows, right? Are you reading the notes now? Paticca Samuppada, that means dependent origination, or the 12 links, the 12 link chains of origination. These 12 link chains of origination explain the relationship between existence, suffering, and ignorance. It explains life. Where did we come from? How did we get born in this life? What is the origin? People like to know. The origin is dependent origination. The origin depends on another cause. People like to ask, how come we come to this world? And they always look for a simple answer. I'm produced, I'm created. I must be created by someone. It's a very simple answer to a very complicated question. But the Buddha said, you come to this world because of dependent origination. So dependent origination, the 12 dependent origination explain a lot about life, about the experiences of life, about where you're from, how do you come here, why you're what you are today. Basically, there are two kinds of people practicing Buddhahood. The Pratyeka Buddha and the Stravaka. Pratyeka Buddha, those practitioners live at a time when there's no Buddhism, no teaching of Buddhism. So they ponder on life. They ponder on the 12 dependent origination. They ponder about life, they think about life, they meditate on the experiences of life, and they got enlightened by themselves. So if you always ponder on dependent origination, you meditate on dependent origination, you get enlightened. So these are the summaries that you should ponder on, you should meditate on. I will just read it first. Avijja Pachaya Sankara. Sankara Pachaya Vinanam. Vinana Pachaya Nama Rupam. Nama Rupam Pachaya Salayatanam. Salayatanam Pachaya Passo. Passa Pachaya Vedana. Vedana Pachaya Tanha. Tanha Pachaya Upadanam. Upadana Pachaya Bhavo. Bhava Pachaya Janti. Janti Pachaya Jara Maranam. Sukha Paridava Dukkha Domanas Upayasa Sambhavanti. Eva Mitasa Kevalasa Dukkha Kantasa Zamudayo Hoti. Now that's the 12 dependent origination. And some people sing it out with a melody. And I've heard about the melody. It's a very good melody. Avijja Pachaya Sankara. They have a melody to chant it. But in the future, we can chant it in a melody. If you chant it all the time and meditate all the time, that means you're pondering on it. You're trying to find out the mysteries of life. You're trying to find out what life means, the experiences of life. Buddhism is about the mind, not about believing in the Buddha and the Buddha will give you the blessings. Not that simple. It's about practicing your own mind to achieve enlightenment. So let's go to the first one. Avijja Pachaya Sankara. Dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Avijja. Avijja, what does avijja means? Avijja means ignorance in Pali. You're learning, right now you're learning the Pali language at the same time. Avijja. Avijja Pachaya Sankara. So avijja is ignorance. Depending on ignorance, Sankara means volitional reaction or mental formation arises. That it also, if we use another way to express it, the condition why volitional reaction arises is because of ignorance. Because of our ignorance, then volitional reaction arises. Now that is just a broad summary about the first link of dependent origination. Just by reading that and knowing dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. You may not know what it means. What does that mean? Let's deal with it in detail, one by one. Dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. What does ignorance mean? Why do we have ignorance? Where does ignorance come from? Ignorance comes from where? Some people say ignorance comes from you. You are ignorant, you infuriate me. They always blame the other guys. They always blame the whole world. They blame the community, they blame the country, they blame the president, they blame the ministers about all these things that are brought forward to them for the suffering. Ignorance comes from the individual. And yeah, it comes from individual. Where does it come from? From my hands? From my feet? It comes from my mind, right? Ignorance comes from the mind. The mind becomes ignorant. It from the mind, then why from the mind? In what form ignorance comes from the mind? In the form of mental afflictions. What are these mental afflictions? If we deal it in a little bit of more details, we say ignorance are mental afflictions that we have currently, right now, ignorance, mental affliction. What is mental afflictions? And we open up the newspaper, we say, oh, because of ignorance, people make mistakes. People make mistakes because of ignorance. What are these mistakes? These mistakes make from, say, jealousy, greediness, hatred, violence, disappointment, fear, depression, paranoid. What others? If you go down the list, it will be very, very long. All these are ignorance. The most obvious is, of course, greediness. The next is hatred. And then jealousy, shamelessness, remorselessness, fraudulence, cheating, deceitful. I mean, you name them. Ignorance comes from this. Because of all these mental afflictions, when these mental afflictions originate from the mind, they don't just stop there. All these mental afflictions are the hidden karmic energy inside the mind. They're hidden. They're hidden now, but they're looking for expression. The greediness is not just hidden in there and that's it. It's hidden, but when the time matures, it seeks expression. It becomes expressed karmic energy. The greediness will manifest into stealing. The greediness for sexual behavior will manifest into misconduct. The hidden energy of hatred will manifest into killing, fighting, struggling. So all these hidden karmic energy will find its expression by expressing it and carry into actions. So ignorance would not just be there, residing in there, hidden in there, it would find manifestation. When ignorance finds manifestation through the mouth, what would ignorance become? Lying, cursing, flattery, double tongue. What else? Can you think? I can't think about any more right now. Try to find some more. I always think of a workshop where everybody give me a piece of paper, and when we say, what are the ignorance? Please write them down on a piece of paper. Whoever got the most will get an award. So there's a lot of these things. So ignorance, hidden ignorance, when it seeks expressions through the mouth, through speech, will become cursing, lying, double-tongued, deceitful flattery. And when these things get expressed, manifested, they don't just manifest and that's it. All these produce energy. All these manifestations, if its nature is good, it becomes good energy. If its nature is bad, it becomes bad energy. If its nature is neutral, it becomes neutral energy. So what kind of energy you produce every day through speech, you tell me. I'm always kind and compassionate. I always give words of comfort. I always go to nursing homes and hospitals and I comfort hospice care, dying patients. Well, that's good energy because you're comforting. Your language is comforting. When you're all producing lying, cursing, you people you know road manners? Do you know how to drive? Curse each other. Huh? Cursing, fighting. Have you seen anybody getting down cars and fight? I've seen one last year. They literally get down a car and start to fight. That's an expression of not just speech, of behavior. Ignorance, hidden form, mental affliction, always trying to find expression. Its nature contains three kinds of natures. It's either good, bad, or neutral. Which one you want to produce? Sometimes it's involuntary. You don't know. You just, whenever, you react accordingly, according to your own background, your own education, your own karmic energy that induces you to produce. But volitional reaction, that means a manifestation of this ignorance. Now when it manifested in forms of behavior, the Buddha generally summarized it in forms of behavior. Ignorance manifested in forms of behavior, we summarize it in 3 ways. What are these? Killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. Killing. I don't kill. We're killing every day, do you know? We kill animals for food. You visit slaughterhouses, we kill millions of animals every day. Pigs, cows, goats, you name all these animals, you kill them every day. And you're telling me we're not killing? We kill animals for fur. We kill seal for the fur, for the skin. We kill animals for the mink coat. We kill every day. Not just killing animals, international wars, genocide. If you know history, you should tell me. You would know. We manifest our hidden ignorance into killing. Not just killing, into stealing. And this stealing has a lot of connotation that contain in it. Not just literally shoplifting. Greediness dominates you in the signing of contract, in confiscation of properties. If you are officials in the government, you want to confiscate as many properties as possible, and you want to acquire as much as possible through illegal means. That's stealing. Falsification of contract. Many of these stealing acts manifest in various forms. I can't tell you. Ask a lawyer how stealing would fit into all kinds of greediness. Sexual misconduct. You know, what have you done? Prostitution, one night stand. All these are sexual misconduct. The sexual misconduct itself, if both parties agree, still will fumigate your consciousness, will fumigate in your purity of your consciousness. But a lot of sexual misconduct would lead to many illegal acts, like killing because of jealousy. Have you seen Fatal Attraction, that movie? You should see it again. You thought you have a good affair. You can't get rid of it. So it's manifested in behavior, manifested in stealing, in sexual misconduct, in killing. That's the behavior. On the other hand, not just the behavior you manifested is not just bad. Sometimes you're helpful, you're courteous, you're kind, you're compassionate. Those are good behavior. Good causes would lead to good effects, and bad causes will lead to bad effects. It's not just you do bad things all the time. Maybe in some people, in 80% of the time, they only do good things. Their moral conduct is high. They only want to do good things. Good things will produce, good causes will produce good effects. Bad causes will produce bad effects. Neutral ones will produce neutral effects. Depending on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. So if it's in the form of behavior, it's stealing, killing, and sexual misconduct. How about volitional reactions in the form of speech? Cursing. Did you curse before? Lying. Do you lie? Flattery. Double tongue. All these will lead to dire consequences to some people. It could mean death. It could mean imprisonment. In many countries, because of lying, a lot of people get complications in legal cases, which lead to execution. So all this volitional reaction arises. Because of ignorance would lead to all this volitional reaction, and this volitional reactions, when it's hidden, it gets manifested into karmic energy, and this karmic energy would produce karmic effects, would give you the karma. So we invisibly carry within ourselves an invisible bag of karma. You produce good karma because you've done good things all the time. You produce bad karma because you've done bad things all the time. Why are people different? Some people are healthy, some people are always sick, some people are rich, some people are poor, some people are handsome, some people are ugly. Why is everybody different? Some people are intelligent, some people are have a lot of stupidity. Why? Because they produce their own karma, which dominates their life. Don't blame God, or don't praise God for what you've got, and don't blame God for what you haven't got. You do it with your own hands. You create your own world, your own destiny. When all these volitional reactions will carry out karmic energy. If you only produce good karma, you'll be rich, you'll be handsome, you'll be healthy. If you produce bad karma, it's just the opposite for you. So that first chain is, depending on ignorance, all this volitional reaction arises. These volitional reactions will produce karma. Will this karma dominate us in reincarnation, in our life cycle, in our samsara? This has been dominating us. If we get sick, it's because of karma. If we encounter certain things we don't want, it's because of karma. Everything is because of our own karma. Did God give you this karma? No. Did Buddha give you this karma? No. You create your own karma. You are the creator of your own destiny. Do you want to be a good creator or bad creator? Of course you want, first of all, to create good karma. But even good karma is not the ultimate way to go. Why? If you read the Heart Sutra further, you will know that even good karma is karma. All karma we must get rid of to be enlightened. Because if you get good karma, your next life will be good. Say if you have done all the good things in the world, and in your next life you're a multi-billionaire, for example, just give an example. Because of what you have done. Because you're so generous, you donated so much, you've done a lot of good things, you're both healthy and you're also a billionaire. When you become a billionaire, what happened to you? You're driving a good car, you're living in a mansion, so you have a lot of girlfriends now. You don't look for them, they come to you. Why? Because you have a lot of money. All these people who want to get close to you will flock in. And you, being influenced by all of them, would produce another chain of karma. You have a few billion dollars, and the finance guy said that you want to multiply that because you have 6 billions now, but look, every year you are spending 2 millions. So you have 6 billions, and one day you will dry up your treasuries. Why don't you multiply it? We have investment avenues that you can go by. You can do this, you can do that, you can do this. You can get into fraudulent misrepresentations also. You can get into a lot of, well, if you do it this way, you multiply faster. So you're seeking ways to increase your wealth. You're seeking ways to add on to your karmic energy. So look, you were good before in your previous life. You become a billionaire now. You're a billionaire now. You're building up bad karma again. We're living in that cycle. So the Buddha said even good karma has to be purified. You got to let go of everything. Good or bad, letting them all go. So dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Avidya paccaya sankhara. So that avidya paccaya sankhara contains a lot of philosophy in it, a lot of experiences in it, a lot of information in it. You ponder on it, think about it. That's why the Pratyeka Buddha, without the teacher teaching him on Buddhism, can enlighten himself, because when he meditates, how come avidya, how come ignorance breeds volitional reactions, and these reactions will bring karma, so I got to watch my action. The next one is sankhara paccaya vijnanam. Dependent on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. What does that mean? How come dependent on volitional reaction, consciousness arises? What does this consciousness mean? This consciousness is like the field in which you have a lot of seeds, an immense land of field of vegetation contains so many of these seeds. All these seeds are the volitional reactions, the karmic energy that is hidden in that field of vegetation. All these are seeds. All this karmic energy, they don't go away. They don't disintegrate it. No energy will just disappear. It just changes form. Energy does not disappear. It just changes form. It's just like our body change. This life, I'm Venerable Guan Cheng, and this life you're Lee, and next life I don't know. It could be Jason, it could be Bill, it could be William, it could be Jeanette. You're changing your form all the time. But the consciousness doesn't change, containing all these seeds. This consciousness is responsible for rolling into the next form. All this karmic energy, volitional reaction that build up this karmic energy get all planted in the fields with all these seeds. You think you can get away with it? None of your action, good or bad, you can get away with it. It would get you. If you do bad things, you think nobody knows about it. No. It's hidden in your field of consciousness. You've done good things, you say, oh, I've done something good, but nobody knows about it. Maybe I shouldn't do any good things. You think nobody knows? You already have planted that seed in that field. It won't go away. Every thought is a seed in your field of energy, in your consciousness, in your field of consciousness. How big is his consciousness? As big as the universe. So, depending on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Depending on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. That means we build up this consciousness in us. You, me, every individual, you have that consciousness. We call it the alaya consciousness, the vijnana, the alaya vijnana. This alaya vijnana, in some of the religion, they call it the soul. That's the soul. But we don't call it the soul, because if you call it the soul, it's not comprehensive. We call it the alaya consciousness. That alaya consciousness is invisible, but it's extremely powerful. That's your mind. That's also part of it is your mind. That consciousness, part of it is your mind. And Buddhism is the study of that consciousness. Let us begin a session of talking on the 12 links of dependent origination. Many people ask a question, where do we come from? How come we get born into this world? How come we become what we are today? All these questions, you can find your answers in here. The 12 links of dependent origination explain life and death, explain reincarnation, transmigration, but these are only the keywords to the philosophy, the keywords to the truth. So you really have to understand in detail as to what it means. In learning the Buddhist philosophy, we need to memorize the keywords because you need to meditate on it. Not just like a book, after you read it, you put it aside, you may forget about it. No, you really have to get the keywords in your mind so that you have to meditate on it. There were two kinds, or actually there are two kinds of practitioners of the Buddhist teaching. Two kinds of practitioners. One, the Stravaka. Stravaka means they were born in the time of the Buddha, so they have the Buddha as the teacher, as the guru. They can actually listen to the Buddha's teaching, the Stravaka. And also they can read, like when we are practicing the Buddhist religion, the Buddhist teaching, we are like the Stravakas on our road to the Stravakas because we can listen, we can read, we have words, we have language. But there are another kind of practitioners who do not have that opportunity. They were born in the time where the Buddha was already passed away, or they were born in the time that there's actually no Buddhist teaching in this world. Nothing like that. So they are the pratyeka practitioners, which means that they have nothing to depend on, so they meditate on what they observed. They observed summer, spring, winter, autumn. Then they know the impermanence of the world. In the springtime, the flowers come out, and then slowly the flowers wither away and go into autumn, and autumn goes into winter, and winter goes into snowing, and then everything has a cycle. They meditate on nature. They don't have the Buddhist teaching to depend on. They meditate on nature. They may meditate on even a bird. Oh, a bird comes now, and what makes up of this bird? Where this bird comes from? The bird can sing the spring, and how come in the wintertime the bird is not singing? So they always observe nature, and they meditate on the impermanence of it. They observe the world, and they meditate on the sufferings of it. They meditate on people, and they observe the catastrophes, wars inflict on each other, inequalities. They observe these things, and they are called the pratyeka practitioners, and if they become enlightened, they become the pratyeka Buddha. The Stravakas also become the Buddha when they get enlightened, fully enlightened, what I mean. So this is paticca samuppada, it's dependent origination. This is what the pratyeka Buddha's basis of practice. It's just like when we chant Om Mani Padme Hum. These are just the keywords. You still remember what it means? What Om Mani Padme Hum means? Those who don't know what Om Mani Padme Hum means, raise your hands. So we have 1, 2, don't be shy, just raise your hand. Honesty is the best policy. Nobody knows everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's quite a many people who do not know Om Mani Padme Hum. Well, maybe sometime we will have to explain it. Now we concentrate on paticca samuppada. You want to know it now? You're so eager that you want to know it now? You want to know it now? Raise your hands. So then I have to stop here. Maybe it's worth stopping here because you've just chanted it and you don't know what it means. What does Om Mani Padme Hum mean? Those who understand, those who know already, you have to tolerate it. That's endurance. That is one of the 6 parameters. You know about it, but it's a good reminder. Om Mani Padme Hum. What does Om means? Om, according to the mystery of sound, is the origin of sound. Om, Hum is the origin of all sound. Om is the mother of all sound. It produces all sounds. So some lamas and rinpoches, they just chant on Om, Hum, Om, Hum, origin of sound. It's also the origin, according to some sutras, the origins of all good deeds. It also means arousing your awareness to listen to the sound. So when you chant Om, it can actually means listen very carefully. Om means listen very carefully and listen with the true mind. Listen with your sincerity. Listen with your humbleness. Om, what do you mean by Om? I don't like this Om. There's no humbleness. Om, it's just a creation. It's just OM. Everybody know about it. I can Google into it. Well, that is without humbleness. So open your mind. If you fill up your cup with water, no more water can get in. Empty your cup of stubbornness. Empty your cup of self-view so that you can receive more. So Om it means something. Listen very carefully. Om means listened. Mani, M-A-N-I, Mani. No. Om Mani Padme Hum is a Sanskrit language. And this is Pali. Pali and Sanskrit, they are very close. They're very close. Almost have a lot of similarities. Om Mani, M-A-N-I, Mani. What does Mani means? Mani means diamond, the most precious jewel. The most precious jewel that you cannot compare to anything, but how do you get that most precious description? We just use the word Mani, the most precious. And that most precious, the most precious one, or somebody called it God, the utmost, the topmost, the most precious, the most tranquility, the most happiness, the most eternity. You just use that word Mani, or the God, the hidden God, the within God. Mani, the most precious. And that most precious is not something that you're looking for. You don't need to look for it. It's nowhere to be found. You can't look for it. It's right within you. It's inside of you. But you just let it go unnoticed. You don't notice it. It's in you. Is that understanding in you? Is that misunderstanding in you? Is that ego attitude in you? Is that altruistic attitude in you? That changeability in you? That unchangeability in you? It's all there. Let's find it out more. Mani, listen very carefully. You've got that nature in you. When that nature is confused, you're a sentient being. When that nature is all enlightened, revealed, a full revelation, you are the God. You are the Buddha. So God and Buddha is in you. Don't look for it outside. It's not the wood statue. It's just a representation. It's right in you. You've got to know it. You've got to recognize it. And you've got to recognize it with humbleness, with understanding. Clear yourself of all ignorance, then you know it. But if you all cover up with emotions, passions, greediness, hatred, disappointment, fear, depression, you lose it. So Matni, that Buddha nature in you, you have that Buddha nature. You are the God. You are also the follower. There's no such thing as a God and a follower, the God and the Son. The Son and the God is one. If there's a difference, there's a discrimination, it's not it. It's impure. When the discrimination is all fused into equality and one bright illumination, that's God. When you have that God and believer concept, it's not it. When you have that I am God, it's not it. So I don't know what to say. I don't know. So that Matni, Matni, listen very carefully. That something in you, that mystery in you. If we don't have a word, we can express it. So we use Matni. Padme, Mani Padme Hum. Padme, if you pronounce it right, is Padme. So we have Mani Padme. Padme, if you really want to understand Matni, then you have to Padme. You have to take action. You can't just sit there and say, where's my Matni? You have to take action. How do you take that action to find that Matni? You have to put on your knapsacks and take out your map and get everything ready and get onto the road of enlightenment. You can't just sit there and I got that Matni, I got that Matni. No. You've got to practice it. It's like the two wings of a bird. You have the truth, the philosophy, the theory. You need to practice to get it out. You need to practice to fly. You need the two wings to fly like a bird. A bird has one wing, it can never fly. So what is that Padme? In here we can only use descriptions. Matni is also a description. It's a noun for precious jewel. Padme is only a description. What is a word? This morning, Lee started his introduction by saying, a thought starts from a word. I can also say, a word starts from a thought. If a thought starts a word, where does that word come from? Is it the thought first or the word first? We always want to look for the beginning. What's the beginning? We always want we always think that there's a beginning. We always think that the chicken gives rise to the egg. And then we say, where does the chicken come from? The chicken or egg? Egg comes first or the chicken comes first? We're always hung up with that kind of dichotomy of contradiction. And we forgot about the practice. To resolve that contradiction, you need to practice to find out. You just don't sit there and read a book and then you find out the answer. You got to walk. So what is this Padme? this path, this practice. Padme means lotus flower. This lotus flower, we got lotus flowers. When you walk into that wooden door in the garden, we have a few pots of flowers. We don't just put there for nothing. We put there to enlighten you, and you don't realize it. You just walk by and say, oh, it's beautiful, and then you walk by. Everything has a meaning, you know. We don't do anything without meaning. It's just like I always told you, it's not a joke. Why do we have so many doors in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doors. What do we do usually in the first in the morning? We said, we give you a garbage bag, put all your mental afflictions, your garbage, your mental garbage in that bag, and you throw it out that door. And since you have so many people, we need so many doors for you to float out. So these doors are designed for flowing out garbages. We don't build them for nothing. So getting back to the lotus. Lotus, how do we observe a lotus? A lotus grown from the mud. The mud symbolizes the world of suffering, the world of confusion. But when the lotus comes out, it's not attached to the mud, it's detached. It's aloof of the suffering. It's beyond suffering, beyond life and death, beyond confusion, beyond ignorance, beyond killing, lying, sexual misconduct, cursing, slandering, beyond all these things. It's beyond the purity of the lotus. It's the purity of the lotus. That matni, if it's in the mud, that precious jewel, if it is in the mud, is not pure. You got to make it pure. Like a lotus, you have to grow out from it, grow beyond it. Then you find that purity. How do we do that? How do we grow out of the mud and attain that purity like a lotus flower? Where do we get the impurities from? Where do we get the impurities from? The impurities is from our 6 senses attached to the 6 phenomena. So our impurities come from the eyes seeing something we like, something lovable, and we love it, and we cherish it, and we attach to it. Our ears attach to sound. We like pleasant sound, pleasant music, and we hate criticism. We don't like cursing sound. We just like praise. So the ears attach to another phenomena, the sound. So eyes to matter, eyes to all kinds of things. Nose attached to fragrance. Tongue attached to taste. And all your senses work that way. So all our senses are being attracted by everything. And in the process of attaching, mental afflictions come out. Like sexual misconduct, killing, lying, cursing. For that reason, anger, you name them. All these things come out. It's because of our wrong attachment of the senses to all matters, all sound, all affairs, everything in the world. Be like a lotus. Don't attach to it. Purify your senses. Purify your eyes, your nose, your ears, your tongue, your touch, and purify finally your mentality, your mind. Purify the mind. Nothing is purified unless your mind is purified. Nothing is pure unless your mind is pure. The society cannot be pure unless every citizen becomes pure. And it's very impossible in these days because everybody comes here with the karma. Why do we come to this world? Have we analyzed the world? The universe, the karmic world, the karmic worlds have three strata. The world of desires, the world without desires, where we just form the world without forms and without desires. And we are living in the world of desire. Why? Because when we come with the karma, our alaya consciousness contain those seeds of desires. Desires for food, desires for sleep, desires for sex. And we think that that's natural. We always think that, well, that's human nature. We need that. We need to kill animals for food. We need sexual relationship. We thought that's what we need. That's taken for granted. But actually it's not. You just contain those seeds in your consciousness. You roll into this reincarnation with the karmic energy, and you can contain those seeds. And in this life, you encounter all phenomena, and the seeds become agitated, and you carry out the volitional actions because of the seed, because of all this environment. And then you get rolled into transmigration again and again, like in a reincarnation. So the Buddha said, involvement with sex is the basis of reincarnation. But all sentient beings take that as fun, take that as something that is natural. It's not natural. In other words, we always take selfishness as natural. We always take ego. Being egoistic is very important. I am the best. I got to struggle. This is my right. Always take your ego into consideration, and you think that that's natural. Throw away that ego. We can never get out from the mud if we don't let go of that, if we don't come out of it. If we don't come out of killing, lying, sexual misconduct, greediness, hatred, violence, we always be with the mud. So if you come out of that, you become purer and purer, more pure and more pure. And gradually, you get into complete purity. Absolutely complete purity, one purity. And that's what we call God. And that's what we call Buddha. And that's what we call enlightenment. And that's what we call Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. It does not matter how you call it. Does it matter how you call it? It's just a word. But some people attach to words. They like to call it God and nothing else. That's another attachment. You attach to God. You attach to religion. No religion. Remember that song? Imagine there's no religion. It has a meaning in it. You don't need religion. Do you need religion? You need religion, but you don't need the attachment to that word. You need it and you don't need it. How do we padme in order to get the matni? You have to put your senses under your control. You are the boss of that company that you keep. This is your company. This body is your company. And you got salesmen. These salesmen are always attaching to the outside. You need to put your salesman under control. Your front end people, your front end senses, you need to put them under control. You got to manage them. That manager also has a board of director. And that board of director, they don't show up all the time. That board of directors is hidden. And that's your consciousness. Can you see consciousness? You can't see it, but it works all the time. The board of directors is always watching this guy called a manager and say, you got to do a good job. And that job is to make profit for the company. I don't care what you do. You make profit for me. Your consciousness is tainted, polluted, like that board of directors who is only profit-making. He's not charitable. He's for himself, like our consciousness is for ourselves. Clean up that board of directors. Make it non-selfish. But it could be the manager's job too, if the manager is creative, to clean up the board of directors by educating the board of directors. Look, we got to be altruistic. We can't be too selfish. So you are the manager. You can change the board of directors in you. You change the consciousness in you. You're going to put all your salesmen under control. Don't let your senses go out far and wide. Put them under control. How? How do you put them under control? A lot of work has to be applied to it. During the 7 days retreat I just finished, I talked on one subject for 7 days. Just one subject. Contemplation of the body. Contemplation of the body as impure, that is to combat what? Combat sexual thought in you. This thought is very difficult to subdue, because that is in your consciousness for millions of years, reincarnating. You always carry that, and you thought that as nature in you, that you need. And now the Buddha said, no, control that, throw it away, you don't need that. Now, how do you do it? The Buddha taught us how to apply the thought of impurity in order to combat that arising thought in you. And I show a lot of pictures, and just give you an example. It's not easy to control your senses. You've got to have some techniques to control your senses. The thought of impurities. So when a man looks at or when a woman looks at a handsome man, or when a man looks at a beautiful woman, something comes out in the mind. How do you control it? Why it comes out? Because you got that seeds in you. For many, many reincarnations, for many, many lives, you got that seeds in you. They are agitated and waiting to carry into volitional actions. When the action is carried out, it goes back to fumigate that seed again, and it carry on and carry on, one fumigate the other. The action fumigate the seed carry out the action, and it all works in a cycle, unending life and death, unending cycle. So, Padme, control of the senses. So just these few words, we need to talk a lot about it. It's the whole Buddhism. How to control your eyes, the ears, the nose. Every one of these need a lecture, at least one lecture, a 3-hour lecture. And you expect to know everything in half an hour? No, you just know the main points. Just the main points. First, you've got to control your senses. And of course, you still have to change the attitude of your board of directors, purify your board, and that's the second stage. If you can't even control the salesman, how can you purify your board of directors? They're higher than you. And the Buddha said, the first action to purify yourself is to take the precepts and conform to the precepts. Abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from cursing, abstain from flowery language, abstain from double-tonguing, abstain from greediness, abstain from ignorance, abstain from hatred. Learning all these things, getting away from those, that's the beginning of control of your senses. Not to mention about any high-level philosophy of the Buddhist teaching. Can you conform? Can you observe these precepts? If you can't even do that crude understanding, there's crude and refined thought. If a crude thought comes out, it could carry out all these bad volitional actions. This Vinaya, these precepts, are to control the crude thoughts, the crude actions, the volitional actions. But there are also other methods to purify the board of directors, and you need fine, refined techniques. And it's all in the Buddha's teaching. I didn't create all these. It's the Buddha's teaching. But how many people really know about the Buddha's teaching, and how many people are really interested in it? What are they interested in? Profit making, pursuit of material wants, needs. All they do is pursuit of materialism. So Om Mani Padme, be like a lotus. Home, what is home? Like a home run? Home. Home means the planting of a Buddhist seed in your consciousness. Every time when you chant Om Mani Padme, that means, listen, I have that Buddha nature in me. I got to practice purity to get that Buddha nature. You're reminding yourself every time when you're chanting this. And then home, that means a seed is planted in your alaya consciousness. Every thought has energy. Every word has energy. You keep on planting seeds in your field of energy. It's just like when the salesman says, I want to be a good salesman. Every day is repeating, I want to be a good salesman. I want to sell so many cars per day. I want to sell so many houses per day. Repeating and repeating and repeating, he's reinforcing himself on what he has to do. So Om Mani Padme Hum, that means you're reinforcing yourself that you have to purify, you will have to control all your salesmen, you have to purify your board of directors. Home is a Buddhist seed is planted in your alaya consciousness. When a seed is planted, it won't go away. When you key into that keyboard in your computer, it won't go away. That is in there. That is in the disk drive. It won't get forgotten. It's registered in there. If you keep on registering, you keep on reinforcing yourself, you will carry it into action. On the other hand, if you keep on saying, I want to hurt that guy, or some people say, I want to kill that guy. If you're repeating and repeating and repeating, psychologically, you will carry it out. Everything comes from a thought. So if you're keeping Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, you have nothing but thought of going towards purity, thought of going towards enlightenment, thought of benefiting the whole world. That Om Mani Padme Hum is not just for yourself, you know. If just for yourself, it's Hinayana. It's for the whole world. You want to purify everybody. You want everybody to be purified. Not just for your own sake, for everybody. You want everybody to become the Buddha. You don't want anybody to get hurt. Not just for yourself. You will say, Om Mani Padme Hum, I am purifying myself. I am going to be the Buddha. We want everybody to become a Buddha. That's called Buddha's teaching. The Buddhist teaching starts from others, not self. Because if you start from self, it's contradicting yourself. It's ego. I want to enlighten myself. When I'm enlightened, I will be the Buddha. Then I can shine the whole world. I am the God. Isn't that egoism? When you come to that level, there's no ego left. Now this paticca samuppada, translated into English, is dependent origination. Paticca samuppada is in Pali, an ancient language of India at the time of the Buddha. And dependent origination explains the 12 links of causation. Why did we get born into this world? What makes us come to this world? How come we have cravings? How come we have senses? Explains life, explains the whole life. Where did we come from? Where are we going? Why did we come here? Why did we come to this world? Why did we get born into this world? This is dependent origination. It's like a cycle, a link. We call it the 12 links of dependent origination. And practitioners, meditators, meditate on it. They contemplate on it. And in order to contemplate on it, you need to memorize the keywords. You need to know the meaning of it. So, in order to understand it properly and contemplate properly, we need to memorize it, but before we memorize it, we need to know how to pronounce it. So that's why don't we learn it this way? The process of learning it takes a few sessions. If you have the patience and memorize it through, it's extremely beneficial for you. Explains the whole life. And of course, after we finish chanting it or reading it, I will continue with the explanation of each item. What is ignorance? What is consciousness? What is mind and body? What are the 6 senses? What do we mean by contact? What do we mean by craving? What do we mean by desires? And the process of becoming, birth, aging, sickness, lamentation, physical and mental sufferings, and all these tribulations, we explain it bit by bit. So first of all, let's put your palms together and let's start. You follow after me. Avijja Pachaya Sankara. We also would read the English version. Dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Sankara Pachaya Vinanam. Dependent on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. Vinana Pachaya Nama Rupam. Dependent on consciousness, the mind and body arises. Nama Rupam Pachaya Salayatanam. Dependent on the mind and body, the 6 senses arise. Salayatanam Pachaya Pasu. Dependent on the 6 senses, contact arises. Passa Pachaya Vedana. Dependent on contact, feelings arise. Vedana Pachaya Tangha. Dependent on feelings, craving and aversion arise. Tangha Pachaya Upadanam. Dependent on craving and aversion, clinging arises. Upadanam pachaya bhava. Dependent on clinging, the process of becoming arises. Bhava pachaya jati. Dependent on the process of becoming, birth arises. Jati pachaya jara. Maranam Zoka Parideva. Dukkha Domanas. Upayasa Sambhavanti. Iva Mitasa Kavalasa. Dukkha Kandasa Samudayo Hoti. Dependent on the basis of birth, aging, and death arise. Together with sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental sufferings and tribulations. Thus arises this entire mass of sufferings. You can put your palms down. The Pali side, Paticca Samuppada, actually should be chanted out. When we chanted it, it's like this. Avijja Paccaya Sankhara. Sankhara Paccaya Vinanam. Vinanam Paccaya Namarupam. Namarupam Paccaya Salayatanam. It's chanted this way. But before we chant it in this way, we have to know the words first. So we're not going to chant it like a melody. If you chant it like a melody, it's altogether is different from when you just say the words. But let's learn the words first. The first one of the 12 dependent origination, Avijja Paccaya Sankhara. Avijja means, in Pali, in English, it means ignorance. Paccaya means dependent on, or caused by. Paccaya, caused by. Sankhara is volitional reaction. Now, what does this mean? The 1, 2, and 3 explain the past. We have dependent origination explain the whole universe in relation to you as an individual in 2 dimensions. The first dimension is time. The second dimension is space. The whole world, or you, or every unit of the world, every sentient being, it's measured by the dimensions. In the macro scale, is time and space. Now, 1, 2, and 3 deals with the past. What is time? Now, time and space, what is the time is the past, the present, and the future. That's the time dimensions. What is space? Space is what is living within the time dimensions. So the time dimension, we call it the vertical dimensions. The horizontal dimension is the time dimensions. Time dimension contains the past, the present, and the future. Now, 1, 2, and 3 deals with the past. Talk about time first. Dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises, avijja paccaya tankhara. We'll ask the question, how come we get born into this world? Where do I come from? We get born into this world caused by ignorance. because of ignorance, that this ignorance is not the same meaning as the general meaning of ignorance. This ignorance does not only mean stupidity. You are ignorant, you're stupid. The ignorance contains a much wider meaning than just stupidity. You could be the most renowned scientist, but you are ignorant. Why? Because you could be the most renowned scientist creating the atomic bomb and use that bomb to bomb countries, to destroy human beings. You are very intelligent, but you are ignorant because you're destroying lives. You could be a very intelligent politician, but you ruin your own country. You take sides in politics, or you use politics for your own benefits. You're very intelligent. You're not stupid, but you're ignorant. So you see the difference between stupidity and ignorance? We could be very intelligent, but we could be very ignorant. I'm a businessman, I'm a billionaire. How do I get my money? I get it illegally. So this ignorance has the perspective of morality in it too. Because of ignorance, and this ignorance also relates to the ego that we have. I'm for myself. I want to better myself. This is discrimination between you and me. Because of this, our relationship is different. I want to get everything at your expense, individual-wise or country-wise. I want to protect my country. I can occupy your country. I can wage wars. I belong to one race in my country and you belong to another race. I can commit genocide to eliminate your race. So many ignorance things going on. As an individual, I work in my company. I want to climb up the ladder, the echelon. I want to be the manager, and I want to step on your back. I want to do so many things to make myself outstanding. I can do a lot of tricks to trick you so that I get what I want, and I don't care about what you suffer. There's so many egoistic ignorance in here. Now, because of this ignorance, you think we have done ignorant deeds, evil deeds, and that's about it? According to the law of causation and the law of conservation of energy, this kind of ignorance would carry out volitional actions, which in turn develop karma, energy. Every thought has energy. Every word has energy. Every action has energy. And when this energy is created, it could be created. The nature of this energy is threefold: good, bad, or neutral. You're creating compassionate deeds, then you're creating good energy. If we're always hurting people, you're abusing people, you're creating bad energy. And sometimes, of course, you could be creating neutral energy. When you listen to Buddhism, you got to have patience. Every word has a lot of meaning in it. Don't look at the superficial meaning and take it for granted. No, you have to think deeper and deeper into it. Volitional reactions. You said that volitional reaction is caused by my ignorance. What kind of reaction? How bad am I? How good am I? Not only I'm doing bad deeds, I'm also doing good deeds at the same time. Sometimes I'm compassionate, sometimes I'm not selfish. I'm not selfish and egoistic all the time. True, because your deeds could be good, bad, or neutral. The good, the bad, and they call it the good, the bad, and the ugly, but we call it the good, the bad, and the neutral. So, what kind of volitional reactions I have given rise to that creates what you so-called karma. Karma is a very important word in the Buddhist teaching. K-A-R-M-A, karma. What is karma? It's an accumulation of energy through your volitional action. The energy is created. It won't go away. You think I hurt someone, nobody knows about it, and that's it. Or I kill someone and nobody knows about it, and that's it. Even though the police hasn't found you, even though in this life you're not punished by the law, you go into the next life, causation will get you. You can't go anywhere. But of course there are good deeds. I stay away from killing. I don't kill animals for food. I'm a vegetarian. I'm a vegetarian. I protect animals. I don't steal. I'm not greedy. I never take anything without not belonging to me. I don't commit sexual misconduct. I only have a good relationship with my wife, and I don't have any girlfriends or boyfriends or fly-by-night people. You know, I don't have that kind of thing. I'm extremely good in this. I'm very loyal. Some are good and some are bad. Some create good energy. Some create bad energy. And causation would say, good cause bring good effect, bad cause bring bad effect. If you sow the seed of apple, you will never get oranges. If you sow the seeds of apple, good seeds, you fertilize it, you water it, you give all the good causes to it, the fruits will come out. If you sow your apple seeds, you don't water it, you spoil it, you don't care about it, you ignore it, you're ignorant about it, it will never come out. Everything has cause and effect. There's nothing happen without cause. Why are you coming here today? You mean you're coming here not doing anything? You just drive by and say, oh, this is a temple, you drop by? There must be a reason for you to come here, either through a friend's introduction, or there must be a reason. All of a sudden you say, I want to be spiritual. I don't want to be pursuing material all the time. I'm not happy with my life. I want to find out more about what the Buddha teaches. That's the cost of you coming here. I want to find out more about meditation. Look, I'm depressed. I suffer from depression. Is there any way to save myself out of depression? Can meditation help? All these, you have causes to come here. So, out of ignorance, volitional reaction arises. And I was talking about just the first one, in action, the body behavior. Volitional reaction also involves the mouth, not just the body. The mouth, your speech. What kind of energy the mouth can create through speeches? Cursing has energy. Lying has energy. Flattery has energy. Double-tonguing has energy. Your speech can kill people, can slander people, can cause the country to wage wars among the races. Your speech can cause the whole family to break down. Your speech can cause a divorce. Speech is very damaging sometimes. On the other hand, speech can be very beneficial. You could save people by having a good speech. By advising people to do good, you save an individual from committing suicide. So heaven and hell is not determined by God, by you yourself. You determined every thought. Is it a thought of hell? Is it a thought of heaven? It's all created by you yourself. Watch your mind. Watch your own mind. Don't let it go astray. Why are we meditating? Why are we focusing? Because our mind has not been under our control. The Buddha wants us to learn to put our mind under control first, and we can slowly deal with the truth of the universe. If you can't even put your mind under control, you can't carry on the learning. The first thing is to focus and put your mind under control. You think your mind is under control? It isn't. Your mind and my mind, our mind, have always not been under control. Sometimes they are, but not. Most of the time not under. Because your thought goes like a monkey. So volitional actions only also created from action of the body, speeches of the mouth. And action of the body, speeches of the mouth are all generated from where? From the mouth itself? From the senses? From the eyes, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the taste? No, it's from the mind inside. So we go to the origin. We have to purify our mind. We have to put our mind first under control. If one can put one's mind under control, wonders will work out. In North America, we call it positive thinking. You see, the Buddhist concept is more than just positive thinking. The positive thinkers say, if you put your mind under control, you can ask your mind to do whatever you want to do, good or bad. So we want to put our mind under control to do only good deeds. We want to put our mind under control to go the enlightenment process. Where do you want to put your mind to? You want to put your mind into egoistic deeds to hurt people, to pollute the world? Or you would want to put your mind under control to purify yourself, to purify the whole world? Our mind should be for the good cause, not for the bad cause. So we look at the past now. Why did we come here? Because of in previous lives, in our previous life. You think you only have one life? Then you're short-sighted in your time dimension. You're paradoxical in your thinking. Why? When you think about this life, you have yesterday, you have last year, you have 2 years ago, you have the time when you were born as a baby, that's your past. You have your present, and you think you have a future. So within this life, you have a past, a present, and a future. Your time dimension is too restricted to one life. What happened to your previous, before you were born? You were in another form, in another life, in your past. Because you forget your past, you don't believe there's a past life. Some people argue, if I have a past life, how come I forget about it? People would argue about that. I should remember my past life. There are kids who remember their past lives, you know. Why can't we remember our past lives? We cannot even remember our baby life. How can you remember our past life? I asked you, what happened to you when you were 1 year old, 2 year old, 3 year old? Can you remember all the details when you were 3 year old, 4 year old, 5 year old, 6 year old? You can't even remember when you were 5, when you were from baby to 5 years old. How could you remember your past life, which is so long ago? You're paradoxical in your thinking. So we can't remember. It's not because we were not capable. It's just our mind is structured in such a way that we can't even remember baby life. How can we remember past life? But that does not rule out the fact that you've got a past life. This is very important for you. This is more important than taking your breakfast, your dinner, your lunch. This is about you. Don't you want to understand more about yourself? How come we have depression? How come we cannot be more successful in what we're doing? How come we cannot concentrate? How come we cannot focus? How come we feel sad? Don't you want to know more about life? Don't you want to eliminate your ignorance, our ignorance? Don't you want to be enlightened like a saint? Do you want to be more wise? Paticca Samuppada. We already have explained quite a bit on what it means. Paticca Samuppada is a Pali language. Just for those who don't know what Sanskrit and Pali is, Sanskrit and Pali are two languages spoken 2,000 years ago in India, at the time of the Buddha. Pali, they still speak, chant in Pali in Burma, in Thailand. They still chant it that way. This is a Pali language. Sanskrit is the royal family language, which is more or less similar to Pali. Now, what is Paticca Samuppada? Paticca Samuppada explains the chain of causation. We always like to ask the questions: where do we come from? How do we get born in this world? Why do I have to go through all this babyhood, teenage, and then adult, and then old, become old, and then we passed away, we die? What's this cycle? What's this chain all about? How come we do it that? How come we live that way? So Paticca Samuppada explains the chain of causation that leads from rebirth to death. You know the philosophy of causation? Everything comes from cause to effect. There's cause to effect causation. It explains the chain of causation that leads from rebirth to death. So we're reborn again and then we die. And then we're reborn again, then we die. It's a chain. Existence is an interrelated flux of transient events that occur in a series, one producing another, usually described as the chain of the 12 links. In other words, it's a cycle. It's like a cycle, 12 cycles. That Paticca Samuppada explains the whole life in some key words, in some key sentences. You really have to go deep into each word. It's just, in the ancient days, the Buddha's followers memorized this Paticca Samuppada. Word for word after word, they memorize it and they ground it in their mind, and they dig into the philosophy of it by contemplation. Now what we're doing now is we're learning Paticca Samuppada, which explains the world, explains existence. Where do we come from? How do we get reborn? People usually ask the question, what's the beginning? How do we begin? What's the beginning? That question always comes up. The beginning comes from the end. The beginning is the beginning of the other end. And then this beginning dies, it comes to an end, and then goes to a beginning. Life is a cycle. It's just like when you ask the question, where does water, groundwater comes from? Groundwater? It comes from the rain. And the rain, because of gravitation, drops onto the earth, and then it goes through rocks and pebbles and gravels, and it gets into the mountain, and then it permeates into the crux of the mountain, and then it gets into rocks, and it comes out from some rock into a stream. The stream goes down to the ocean, and then the ocean gets, and the water in the lakes and the ocean gets evaporated into the sky. It becomes rain, and rain drops again into as water. What's the beginning? Tell me the beginning. You can't trace the beginning. Beginning only pertains to an illogical, restricted thinking of existence. There's no beginning. There's no end. Don't think of beginning. Don't try to find an easy answer to a complicated question of beginning. God creates everything. There's no beginning. And then you say, it's easy to say no. Can you explain it in more detail? Beginning and N is a time dimension. It begins 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. It's a time dimension. Existence, or the universe, horizontally it's space, vertically it's time. So the universe is time and space. The universal existence is a restricted existence that confined to the world. When you go beyond time and space, this kind of existence doesn't exist anymore. Let's first of all, without further explanations, in the ancient days, followers of the Buddhas, they memorized it. But let's learn it bit by bit, this 12 links of dependent origination. First of all, you follow after me in the Pali side, and you also follow after me in the English side, which is the translation of it. Let's go to number 1. Avijja Paccaya Sankara. Can you follow? In the ancient days, when they memorize it, they chant a melody to it. It becomes a hymn. For example, Avijja Paccaya Sankara, Sankara Paccaya Vinanam, Vinana Paccaya Nama Rupam, Nama Rupam Paccaya Sanatanam. They have a hymn, a melody to it. But before you learn the melody, you have to know how to pronounce it first, right? So we'll follow the hymn, the melodious sound later when we get familiarized with the words. So let's get to the words first. Avijja Paccaya Sankara. Follow? Dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Sankara Paccaya Vinanam. Dependent on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. Now, so you know that Sankara, that means volitional reaction. Vinanam means consciousness. In number 1, you know avijja means ignorance. And Sankara means volitional reaction. Paccaya, that means dependent on, and then it arises. So you learn it that way. It's easy because there's always a repetition. Third, Vinana Paccaya Nama Rupam. Dependent on consciousness, the mind and body arises. So you know that Vinana is consciousness. In the Pali language, the noun comes first, and then the adjective and the word comes later. So Vinana Paccaya, that means dependent on. Nama Rupam, that means mind and body. Fourth, Nama Rupam Paccaya Sanayatanam. Dependent on the mind and body, the 6 senses arise. So you know that Salayatanam means the 6 senses. Number 5 now. Salayatanam Paccaya Paso. Dependent on the 6 senses, contact arises. So paso means contact. Number 6, Passa Paccaya Vedana. Dependent on contact, feelings arise. So you know that Passa means contact and Vedana means feelings. Number 7, Vedana Pachaya Tanha. Dependent on feelings, craving and aversion arise. So Vedana means feelings, Tanha means craving and aversion, Pachaya means dependent on. Number 8 now, Tanha Pachaya Upadanam. Dependent on craving and aversion, clinging arises. Number 9, Upadana Pachaya Bhavo. Dependent on clinging, the process of becoming arises. Number 10, Bhava Pachaya Jati. Dependent on the process of becoming, birth arises. So you know that bhava means the process of becoming. In other words, having existence. Bhava means the process of becoming, and jati means birth. 11 now. 11. Jati Pachaya Jara. Maranam Sukha Parideva. Dukkha Domanas. Upasaya Samavanti. Ivan Metasa Kevalasa. Dukkha Kandasa Samudayo Hoti. It means dependent on the basis of birth, aging and death arise. Together with sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental sufferings and tribulations. Thus arises this entire mass of suffering. Okay, so from 1 to 12, the 12 is aging and death. The last one is aging and death. So it explains from ignorance to aging and death. This is how existence comes into being in a cycle, from rebirth again, existing contact, aversion, craving, and living your life through, and then it comes to aging and death. And in between there's lamentation, physical and mental sufferings and tribulations, and then this is the entire mass of suffering. Of course, in the suffering, sometimes we have happiness, temporary happiness. We do have happiness, but lots of it is suffering. So how do we get rid of this? How do we eliminate this? It's the next page. The next page is Nirodha. Nirodha means cessation. How do we stop it? How do we stop suffering, lamentation, sufferings? How do we stop aging and death? How do we stop ignorance? So now, your first time comers, you know that the Buddha's teaching is not about worshiping Buddha. It's about how to stop aging, sufferings, lamentation, and death. It's about you yourself. It's not about prostrating to the Buddha and get the Buddha's blessings and get the Buddha to forgive you all your sins. Nothing like that. It's you have to do your own practice. You have to walk the path to the sainthood. I think we have to leave it next time, but we know that paticca samuppada is the arising of the suffering, and nirodha. Nirodha is the cessation of it. It's the elimination of it. How do we learn how to eliminate our sufferings? How do we eliminate aging, clinging, death, sickness, aversions? What are the processes involved in the elimination process? We'll leave it next time. continue with paticca samutpata, dependent origination. Paticca samutpata is a Pali word, Pali language. Translated into English as dependent origination. It explains, paticca samutpata explains the chain of causation that leads from birth to death. From birth to death, it explains the chain of causation. Existence is an interrelated flux of transient events. Interrelated flux of transient events that occur in a series, say from babyhood to childhood to adulthood and then to old age. So it's a series. And before we explain on paticca samuppada, we should be able to remember all the keywords. So you follow after me and let's get the keywords in our mind every time, and then we can meditate on it. But you have to know the keywords first. So let's put the keywords together. You follow after me. Number 1 up to number 12. Avidya paccaya sankhara. Dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Sankhara paccaya vidanam. Dependent on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. Vedana paccaya nama rupam. Dependent on consciousness, the mind and body arises. Nama rupam paccaya sarayatanam. Dependent on the mind and body, the 6 senses arise. Salayatanam paccaya paso. Dependent on the 6 senses, contact arises. Passa paccaya vedana. Dependent on contact, feelings arise. Vedana paccaya tanha. Dependent on feelings, craving and aversion arise. Tanha paccaya upadanam. Dependent on craving and aversion, clinging arise. Upadanam paccaya bhavo. Dependent on clinging, the process of becoming arises. Bhava paccaya jati. Dependent on the process of becoming, birth arises. Jati paccaya jara. Dependent on the basis of birth, aging and death arise. Maranam sukha parideva. Dukkha damanas upayasa sambhavati. together with sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental suffering and tribulations, eva mintasa kevalasa, dukkha kandasa samudahoyo hoti. Thus arise this entire mass of sufferings. All right, you may put your palms down. Last time we explained number 1, 2, and 3. Avijja pachaya sankara. Pachaya, that means dependent on or cause from. So the pachaya always appear in there. That's the key word, pachaya. Avijja is ignorance. Sankara is volitional reaction. So 1, 2, and 3 refers to the past life, the past time. So depending on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. That means because of our ignorance, we create karma. And because of karma, we carry this karma to reincarnation, to life and death. So that's what we explained last time. Sankara pachaya vinanam. Dependent on volitional reactions, consciousness arises. Because of what we have done from speech, from actions, and from thought, they all go into the consciousness, which would register there, it won't go away. So it goes into the consciousness. In other words, all these karmic seeds, they store in the consciousness. 3. Vinana pachaya nama rupam. Depending on consciousnesses, the mind and body arises. All this karmic energy stored in our consciousness, which is called the alaya consciousness, and when the body dies out, the alaya consciousness, in the form of invisible energy, would carry this karma and reincarnate into the next life, into the next form. So depending on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. Depending on consciousness, the mind and body arises. When the alaya consciousness reincarnates, it gets into the mom's womb. When a person dies, all his seeds in the alaya consciousness would leave the body and enters into a bardo stage, B-A-R-D-O, in a bardo stage. A bardo stage, somebody may mistake it to be like ghosts. It's not ghosts, it's the bardo stage before reincarnation. The bardo stage is always in darkness, is roaming around in darkness before reincarnation, the bardo stage. The bardo stage would stay as long as 49 days. In other words, when a person passes away, he's in the bardo stage for 49 days. He's still around for 49 days in a bardo stage, in darkness, gloomy darkness, longing for light. For people who pass away and immediately reincarnate, they won't go into the bardo stage. For people who commit the most non-virtuous deeds, they may immediately go down to inferno, immediately go down to the animal realm, or immediately go down to the ghost realm. They may not pass through the bardo stage. And for those who have done virtuous deeds, many good deeds, creating many good energy, they may immediately go to heaven. They don't have to go down to the bardo stage. But being in heaven is not the ultimate place to go. They still have to reincarnate. People, sentient beings in heaven, after they enjoy all the happiness which they deserve because of the good deeds they have done, they still have to reincarnate. So, for the two extremes, most people stay in the bardo stage. Some may be 10 days, some may be 5 days, 11 days, 12 days, up to a maximum of 49 days usually. So 1, 2, and 3. The last one, Vijnana Pachaya Namarupa. Vijnana is consciousness, Pachaya dependent on Namarupa, dependent on consciousness. Because of this consciousness, then this consciousness during the Bhado stage is the darkness, and when a man and a woman have a relationship, make love to each other, so to speak, it sparkles the light. The light of desire and love was sparkled. And the Bhado stage, being in darkness for a long time, when he or she sees the sparkle of brightness, he would be attracted to the light. And actually that light, zoom, is the ovary that he gets into. And that's in the mother's womb. Because he's being attracted by the light into there. And he must be related to this men and women who created that sparkle. They have many, many reasons due to so much causation, unfinished affairs, unfinished business, unfinished love, unfinished debt, you name it. They must have the reason why this Bhado stage sentient being zooms into that, into the mom's body. They are related. There must be some reasons for it. Sometimes good reasons, sometimes bad reasons. Good and bad. It's difficult to identify it. So complicated. And that 1, 2, and 3 explains, in general terms, the past. That's what we've been doing. We life after life, we carry our karma, roll into each life, changing our form. But that alaya consciousness is unchanged. It's still rolling and rolling all the time. And that consciousness, alaya consciousness, is the polluted consciousness. That polluted consciousness contained the original consciousness. It's just polluted. That river, for example, with the pure water is polluted. But its purity is still there. It just contains a lot of pollutants. So that explains the past. 1, 2, and 3, that explain the past. That's how we got here. And let's continue with number 4. Namarupam Pachaya Sanayatanam. Dependent on the mind and body, the 6 senses arise. Then it goes further to explain the present. How do we get out? Remember when we got into the mom's body, it's just a namarupam. Namarupam. What is namarupam? Namarupam is it's just like a ball. It's just like a ball. It contains the consciousness. It contains the body, but it hasn't got the senses yet. And they call it mind and body just to give it a name. That fusion of the spermatozoa and the ovum, that fusion, that fused object contains the mind too. So we call it the mind and body. So that thing that is in the mom's body, mind and body, it stays in there. And then it slowly would develop. At the maximum 10 months, most babies stay for 10 months, I guess, in the mom's body. Very seldom, maybe less, very seldom would it exceed 10 months. Sometimes maybe 9 months, sometimes maybe 8 months, 7 months. Maturity is different, but usually about 9 months, 8, 9, and 10. So it continues to grow. The mind and body continues to grow. How did it grow? Next. Namarupam Pachaya Salayatanam. Depending on the mind and body, the 6 senses just arise. So slowly it would grow, and after maybe 1 or 2 months, the eyes, the nose, the ears, the mouth, all the 6 senses slowly would be growing and growing, getting more and more mature in the mom's body. So the six senses arise. Salayatanam pachaya paso. Dependent on the six senses, contact arises. So the body matures, the baby matures, it comes out. It comes out, it starts to have contact with the world. The baby starts to have contact with the world, and the baby will be also growing. You've gone through that process. We all have gone through that process. How come you forget about it? You've gone through it. I have been asked a lot of questions in the Q&A period. And one of the questions is like this. If there's reincarnation, how come I can't remember my past life? If I can remember my past life, I would truly believe in reincarnation. How come I can't remember it? Let me tell you, you can't even remember when you were 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old. You can't remember that period. How could you remember your past life? Can you remember what happened to you 40 years ago? Maybe. Can you remember when you were 5? No, I can't. Can you remember when you were 2 years old? What happened to you? So you can't even remember that. So how can you remember as long as previous life? You're kidding yourself. Impossible. But it does not mean that you can't remember and there is no past life. A very simple answer to a complicated question, isn't it? So, depending on the six senses, contact arises. So we came out from the mom's body and we slowly grow. 6. Passa pachaya vedana. Dependent on contact, feelings arises. So the baby is slowly growing and he has contact with the outside world, the baby. And the baby feels happy. The baby giggles, the baby laughs, smiles. When the baby is hungry, he cries. When it's painful, he cries. So he has feelings. Start to have feelings. Number 7. Vedana pachaya tanha. Dependent on feelings, craving and aversion arise. Feelings have feelings of pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling, and neutral feelings. The baby is craving for good feelings. He has aversion to bad feelings. So the baby loves something and hates something. So craving and aversion arise. Craving is loving something. Aversion is hating something. Hate and love slowly develop in the baby. Not a baby anymore, maybe 5 years old, 4 years old, 6 years old, even 7 years old. So he has craving and aversion. Number 8, tanha pachaya upadanam. Dependent on craving and aversion, clinging arise. Not just loving and hating, he clings on to love. And he clings on to hatred for something unpleasant. He attaches to things. Like you and me, we attach to things we love, and we hate things, we want to detach from things we don't like. So the process, so it clings to it, attached to it, grabs onto it, and never let go. Somebody scold you, you hate him, and that hatred, you grabs onto that hatred, you never forget about it. Some experiences. You've been abused, for example, in some childhood, some abused childhood, the child will never forget. Grasping onto it. Love will never forget. Number 9. Upadana pachaya bhavo. Dependent on clinging, the process of becoming arises. Because of this attachment, something he loves, and he wants to acquire. In the process of acquiring it, He may create karma again. The hatred, the love, the disappointment, the fear, the depression, all these mental feelings, mental afflictions, we call it clinging, we call it attachment, would continue to develop into karma. And this karma would again, through our actions, our speech, our thought, we carry out these actions creating karma, and we again, with this karma, when we get old, then we died, we roll again into the next reincarnation. The process of becoming, in other words, it creates another becoming. Here, it slowly wraps up the 12 dependent originations. So from 1, 2, and 3, it's the past. From 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, clinging, it's the present, and it rolls into the future. Depending on clinging, the process of becoming. In other words, because of this attachment, it creates another loop of reincarnation again. Because we're creating karma again. We're creating greediness, ignorance, hatred again. So we are in a loop of reincarnation. The process of becoming arises. Becoming another life, becoming another process, another cycle. Number 10 now. Bhava Pachaya Jati. Dependent on the process of becoming, birth arises. And then we roll into the next life. We get into the future mom's womb again, and then comes out again as baby. Birth again. So we just died, and we came back again. So actually death is the beginning of another life. We've been rolling like that for many, many lives. Jati Pachaya Jara, Maranam Sukha Parideva. Depending on the basis of birth, aging and death arises. In other words, just to wrap it up, we died and we given birth to, and then we're slowly going through hatred, love, craving, aversions, clinging and attachment, creating karma, and then aging comes. Everybody has aging, and then we die. Aging and death arise. Dukkha domanas upayasa sambhavanti, together with all this sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental sufferings and tribulations that we have gone through. In all this process, we've gone through a lot of mental suffering, physical suffering, lamentation, sorrow, depression, or you name them. We've gone through a lot. You and I, we've gone through a lot. Ivan metasa, kavalasa, dukkha, kandas, zamudaya hoti. That means thus arises this entire mass of suffering. In other words, now, paticca samuppada explains how in all these related events, in all this chain of causation, how do we come about to what we are now, and if we don't do anything about it, we just keep on creating karma, no spiritual practice, no liberation for us, no emancipation from our karmic cocoons, then we continue to roll like that life after life. We've been doing that all the time. Nothing to do with God. We ourselves have been doing all this. Nothing, don't blame God for it, don't praise God for it. We all did this life after life. We're rolling our alive consciousness life after life. Only when we purify our consciousness, no more karma, can we be detached from this cycle. Buddha has already detached from it. We're in the process of learning to detach from it. We're in the process of learning to get away from life and death and aging. You have a choice to go to heaven, you have a choice to go to prison. You have the choice to go down hell. But the Buddha said heaven is not the way to go. Heaven enjoys happiness. But when the happiness expires, you still have to go down this road, this reincarnation, this cycle. Again and again, it's unending. Some people will ask, where's the beginning? The beginning is the end is the beginning. Why do you have to trace the beginning? You're pulling your hair and want the beginning. You don't have to. You don't need to. You don't need to get a beginning. You take a cup of water from a stream. Where's the beginning of that cup of water? The rain permeates into the ground, into the gravels, and it gets to the water. The water evaporates in the cloud and gets down as rain. It goes in a cycle. You draw a circle, the circumference of the circle. The point where it starts is the point where it ends. Where's the beginning? The Buddha said, get away from this cycle. Here's the medicine. This is the teaching that will help you to get out. The 3 canons of teaching that will help you to get out. You get this medicine and you say, where does this medicine come from? How does it make of? Of chemicals? Where does chemical come from? It looks yellow. How does the color come from? Any label on the medicine? You ask all these questions. You spend all this time asking these questions, and then you died. You don't have time to practice. You haven't even taken it. This is Paticca Samuppada. We finished explaining it in one session of half an hour. We finished explaining all these. If people ask you where you come from, Paticca Samuppada. That's how we reincarnate. Everybody reincarnate. Not just this Paticca Samuppada relates not only to the human realm, it also relates to the 6 realms, to the animal realm. You look at a dog, that got dogs like us going through reincarnation. That dog could have been a king in previous life. You don't know. That dog could have been your brother and sister. You don't kill him or her for food, do you? Could be your previous wife that you love so much, or your previous daughter, or your previous brother and sister. Why do you allow that dog to be, that cow, or that pig, that chicken to be killed for food? Stay away from eating meat. Don't eat meat anymore. So this is Paticca Samuppada. Is that the end of the explanation? The end is the beginning. That's the beginning of another explanation if we turn to the next page. So, getting back to Paticca Samuppada. Paticca Samuppada is a Pali language. Translated into English is dependent origination. This dependent origination explains the chain of causation that leads from birth to death. And we all know that existence is an interrelated series of transient events that occur in a series, one after another. So we already have explained dependent origination from 1 to 12, the 12 links of causation. We start with ignorance and explains why we're given birth to and why we died, and it explains the whole cycle. Now we should turn to the next page because we finished the first page after about, I said about an hour or so, 2 hours. So we'll go on to the next one. The next one is cessation. Now when we know that dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada, explains the chain why we our existence is interrelated events of life and death and reincarnations and all that. How do we end it? And before we begin, let's put our palms together and chant the verses first. Number 1, Avidya ya veva asesa varaga nirodha. Yeah. Sankara Nirodho. With the complete eradication and cessation of ignorance, reaction ceases. Number 2, Sankara Nirodha Vinana Nirodho. With the cessation of reaction, conditioning, consciousness cease. 3, Vinaya Nirodha Nama Rupa Nirodho. With the cessation of consciousness, mind-body ceases. Number 4, Nama Rupa Nirodha Salayatana Nirodho. With the cessation of mind-body, the 6 senses cease. Salayatana Nirodha Passa Nirodho. With the cessation of the 6 senses, contact ceases. Passa Nirodha Vedana Nirodho. With the cessation of contact, feelings cease. Vedana Nirodha Tanha Nirodho. With the cessation of feelings, craving and aversion cease. Tanha Nirodha Upadana Nirodho. With the cessation of craving and desire, clinging ceases. Upadana Nirodha Bhava Nirodho. With the cessation of clinging, the process of becoming ceases. Bhava Nirodha Jati Nirodho. With the cessation of the process of becoming, birth ceases. Jati Nirodha Jara. Maranam Sukha Parideva. Dukkha Domanas Supasaya. Niruch Janti. Ivamitasa. Kevalasa. Dukkha. Kandas. Sa Nirodho Hoti. With the cessation of birth, aging and death cease. Together with sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental sufferings and tribulations. Thus this entire mass of suffering ceases. Put your palms down. So you know, Paticca Samuppada, in the beginning explaining dependent origination, explains life, the life cycle. And this, after explaining the life cycle, it explains to us how do we stop this? How do we get liberated from all this suffering? So if we go to number 1, with the complete or eradication and cessation of ignorance, volitional reaction ceases. What does that mean? Because in the first page, number 1 is dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Because of our ignorance, our volitional reaction arises. Now just to review, if ignorance ceases, then there's no more volitional conditioning. What does ignorance produce? Suffering, yeah, but in between suffering, ignorance produces, if we're ignorant of something, what happens to our mind? Our mind would have mental afflictions arises. Because we're ignorant, we become angry, become greedy, become disappointed, we have depressions, we have fear, we have disappointment, we have anxiety. All these mental afflictions arise out of ignorance. So ignorance is like a field, like a field in the agricultural land, with the whole field, with all these seeds of ignorance in there, with all these seeds of mental afflictions. When we have ignorance, we have mental afflictions, all these bad seeds in there, and because of our senses contacting the outside world, agitating our seeds, and we perform correspondingly actions and speech. So when we become angry, we have hatred, we yell out, we curse. When we have greediness, we steal. When we don't have compassion, we kill. So all these things arises out of the mind. So if you want to eliminate ignorance, you've got to eliminate your mental afflictions in your mind. So everything originates from the mind, because ignorance gives rise to mental afflictions. And mental afflictions, with all these, how many mental afflictions are there? Approximately there are 51 mental afflictions. Whenever a thought comes up, there's 51 afflictions or associated thinking that comes with it. You may not realize it. If you study Vajrayana Vardhan school of Buddhism, you will analyze every thought that comes up in you. You may not realize the thought that arises in your mind. But whenever a thought arises in your mind, there are 51 potential occurrings at the same time that associate with the thought. And out of this 51 concurrent arisings of feeling or arisings, 26 are mental afflictions, which are bad, and 11 are good. What comes from the mind are not only the bad stuff, you know. We have 21 bad stuff. Bad stuff, if you research into it, it's fear, disappointment, jealousy, hatred, greediness, all those. But there are also the good stuff in there too. Compassion, considerate, courtesy, many, but there are only 11. Well, when we analyze our mental afflictions, that's how we analyze it. And we found, after analysis, for centuries of analysis, we found out that there are more non-virtuous mental afflictions than virtuous mental afflictions. We have 26 of them, which are not good, and only 11 that are good. What explains the life cycle is because of these mental afflictions, they don't just arise. After they have arisen, then it induces us to react to it. And when we react to it, we perform. We perform behavior. We voice our speech. What kind of behavior generally that the Buddha, in the Buddhist teaching, categorize our behavior, we categorize as could be killing, stealing, sexual misconduct. These are the three broad categories. Of course, there are a lot more that our mental afflictions would give rise to. As far as behavior is concerned, stealing, killing, and sexual misconduct. And mental afflictions also induce us to induce our speech to do something. This speech will include cursing, lying, flattery, double tonguing. speeches, they could produce this kind of reaction to the ignorance, to the mental afflictions. And when this behavior, when this speech and thought comes up, and we perform accordingly, or react accordingly, resulting in actions and speeches and all these things that we have done, what happened? We have done all these things, good or bad things, then is it okay? After that, nothing will happen? I have done bad things, I have done good things, and nothing will happen? According to causation, when something is done, not just according to causation, according to conservation of energy, and something is done when a thought comes up, something is done, word is spoken, karma is created. And we call it energy. In the common English, we call it energy is created. Not just action and speech. A thought creates energy. That energy gets stored in your consciousness. And when the right time comes, it correspondingly react. So, ignorance gives rise to mental afflictions. Mental afflictions give rise to all these bad things when we react to it, and because of this, we create karma, energy. And because we create karma, when the time comes, we suffer from the effects of it. And when the time comes when we die, we roll into the next body. Now, when the time comes that we die, if after we're dead, everything disappears, it doesn't make sense. Then there's no causation. If after I die, then nothing would relating to me would exist anymore, then that breaks up the logic. Breaks up the logic of causation. Because whatever you have done now, after you die, all those causes that you have done, are there any effects afterwards? If after you die, then that means the end of you, no more of you, then there's no more effects coming up, then it breaks logic. Because logic tells us that if there's an effect, there's a cause. It also breaks the logic of time. Time is not just of this life. Time is of the universal time of life after life. If time is just of yesterday and tomorrow and now, we're too short-sighted. Time relates to long time ago, when in your previous life. And in the lives to come, if you're not enlightened, you continue to go into the loop of reincarnation. With the complete eradication and cessation of ignorance, reaction ceases. Now this is a broad general term. If we have no more ignorance, no more volitional actions, that means all our karma are purified, then there's no more ignorance. But how do we purify our karma? Given that we've done all those bad things and good things, and all these things will cause certain effects to come, in this life, after we die, if we're not enlightened, if we haven't liberated ourselves from life and death, we still have to go through the next body, the next life. This is Venerable Guan Cheng in this life. In the next life, I don't know. If I'm not enlightened, I'll roll into my next life. And in the next life, you do the same thing again, going through the same loop. But if you practice according to the Buddha's teaching, the Buddhist teaching is aimed at liberating yourself eternally from ignorance. Nothing about blind faith, nothing about believing in the Buddha, I got everything forgiven. No. You still have to work at purifying your mind. The Buddha cannot purify it for you. If the Buddha can purify your mind for you, there will be no suffering because you already have been purified. You don't even have to ask for purification. If Buddha can purify, or if God can purify, you don't even have to wait. You don't even have to suffer. God will have purified for you, or Buddha will have purified it for you. And some people will argue, no, because Buddha would test you. Well, why go through the testing? Is it redundant? Don't test me, just relieve my suffering. Why do you have to test me? People like to argue about it, you know. It's just like the other day when I was in the cafeteria. In the Chinese tea preparation, we don't want to brew the tea for too long. In other words, after maybe 1 or 2 minutes, you have to pour out the tea. Hot boiling water to pour into the tea leaves, and after maybe at the maximum of 2 minutes, you're going to pour out the tea. You cannot allow the boiling water to stay with the tea for too long. Otherwise, you get bitter, which means that the caffeine will come up if you brew it for too long. So maybe after 1 or 2 minutes, then you have to pour it out. And there was a senior volunteer, a little stubborn. I wouldn't say very stubborn. And I said, well, when you serve tea, after you pour it out for 1 or 2 minutes, you got to serve. Don't let it stand for too long. Don't let it stand. What he said is, no, I don't think so. My father-in-law used to drink overnight tea and lives up to 87. So how can you say, well, whether it's true or not, we don't know. My father-in-law has been drinking, he's dead already, drank overnight tea, and he lived up to 87. I said, if he didn't drink overnight tea, he'd live up to 97. He lost 10 years. So you can't argue with the monk, because he used to be arguing. Oh, I said, is that so? Oh, yes. I said, yes. That's number one. Complete eradication and cessation of ignorance. Ignorance ceases, then no more volitional reactions. Number two, with the cessation of reaction, consciousness ceases. That means if there's no more karma, no more volitional reaction, no more karma, then there's no more seeds in the field of consciousness. There's no bad seeds in there. It means that the whole field of cultivation, they're all good. There's no more bad seeds in there. Even good seeds are not there. I don't know if you understand. If I perform good deeds, if I perform bad deeds, for example, I'll go down to hell. I will suffer. If I perform good deeds, I'll go to heaven. But even heaven is not the way to go. Because after you enjoy happiness in heaven for thousands of years, you still have to go down back to reincarnation. Because even good deeds is tainted. Even good deeds is polluted. It's polluted with the good deeds. Get rid of the pollution and purify it. Good or bad, no more good, no more bad, of course. That's the first thing to go. And no more good too. Even the good has to go. The bad has to go for sure. Even the good has to go. And that's what we call purification. Well, people say, even the good has to go. Do you mean that I don't have to do any good deeds? No. You still have to do good deeds. But after you have done all these good deeds, don't attach to the good deeds. I have saved 1,000 people today. Good. I'll be better in my next life. I have donated $1 million to a charity. Oh, how great I am. You know, I'm one of the best philanthropists in the world. I have donated 100 million to save the poor. My name is in the newspaper. And I will enjoy longevity. I will enjoy happiness in heaven. God will welcome me in heaven. Is that not an attachment? Not even a tinkling of imperfection. The bad has to go. Even the good has to go. Completely without anything. Because there's no object to be obtained. No ignorance, no ear, no eyes, no taste, no touch, no body of mind. Nothing to be obtained. Do you still remember the Heart Sutra? Let me read it out to you, the Heart Sutra. Therefore, in emptiness, there's no form, no perception, no conception, no volition, no consciousness, no ear, no eyes, no nose, no tongue, no body or mind, no form, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch of mind, no realm of the eyes. How come there's so many negation? you purified it bit by bit until there's nothing left. In a lot of this gatha and chanting, there's always know this, know that. Don't attach to it. No more attachment. You're completely free from karma. When you're completely free from karma, no more reincarnation, no more suffering. But of course, the first way to go is you have to perform good deeds and stay away from bad deeds. That's the first procedure. And then even the good deeds, don't attach to them. Even the good deeds would only enhance your ego if you attach to good deeds. Okay, so with the cessation of reaction, consciousness ceases. With the cessation of consciousness, mind and body cease. What does that mean? If consciousness ceases, then there's no more reincarnation, no more mind and body to get into the mom's womb. We talk about, dependent on origination, how life and death arises. Now, how do we stop life and death? We'll carry on next time, and this is on the Pali side. We always have to chant it so that we remember all the time. The strength comes from repetition. So at the time of the Buddha, at the time of the Buddha, disciples chant out all these keywords, paticca samuppatta. Then you know every bit of the chanting. Then you know, oh, this is life and death, reincarnation. This is what responsible for the reincarnation, for the karma energy. How do we stop it? And if you know the details of it, it itself is a practice. The chanting itself is a practice. Last week, we're talking about cessation, which is nirodha. Remember, paticca samuppatta, translated into the English language, is dependent on origination. It explains the chain of causation that leads from birth to death. The chain of causation, there are 12 links of the chain of causation that leads from birth to death for all sentient beings. In other words, when people ask, do we believe in reincarnation? Why? Well, the Buddhists believe in reincarnation, but not just the Buddhists. Some other religions, some philosophers believe in reincarnation. Reincarnation more and more is not a religion, is not only conveying religious connotation. Even people with no religion, they may believe in reincarnation. What happened to those kids, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, and they could play a jazz music or piano without learning? What happened to those kids, 6, 7 years old? They could sing like a soprano singer. At the age of 13, 14, they become a vocalist. What happened? Why? They didn't learn it in this life. They remember from the previous lives. They played it out from remembering. But something or some event, some occurrence must come to induce, to revitalize the seeds in the alaya consciousness that brings about this talent. They call it talent. I think they call it talent. Ingenuity. If people ask, what is reincarnation? How do you explain reincarnation? Easy to say, reincarnation is, you have a previous life and you came to this life. You die in your previous life and you came to this life again. That is too simple an explanation. What's the best explanation for reincarnation? Right here. Paticca Samuppada. That's your best explanation. If you've been studying the Buddhist teaching for a while, 1 or 2 years, and people ask you, what is reincarnation? And you just say, oh, you have a previous life and you have a next life. That's not sufficient. You can only get a C minus. You want to get a B or B plus or even an A, explain Paticca Samuppada. So it's worth reviewing it again if you like. Last week we explained Nirodha. What is Nirodha? Nirodha is how to stop reincarnation. Put an end to reincarnation. If you continue reincarnating, it's dangerous for you. Who knows what your next life is going to be? Who knows? You know. People associated with you know. Because whatever causes you have done in this life is what you're going to be in next life. If you want to know how come I am what I am this life, I want to know what I did in my previous life. Your becoming in this life is what you did in your previous life. In this life, you are a multi-billionaire. Why? Because you were very generous in your previous life. You are a philanthropist in your previous life. You saved a lot of people. You donated a lot of money. You donated not just in kind, in sympathy. You are very generous. You've been giving out. You're not just receiving, wanting. You're not greedy. You give out everything. And the sutra says, in your previous life, if you always perform the act of giving, in this life you are a multi-billionaire. You are extremely rich, just on that effect. Of course, studying Buddhism is not wanting to be rich, wanting to be a multi-millionaire. No. Assuming this person is a multi-billionaire in this life, and he was giving in previous life. He didn't study. He didn't take the spiritual odyssey to get out of reincarnation. He's still in the loop of reincarnation in karma. Then he reincarnated into a rich man. Why are some people so healthy? And some people are sick. Some people are not healthy. Why? Because you're healthy because you didn't kill animals in your previous life. You were compassionate in your previous life. Why were people short-lived? They live up to 30 years, 20 years. They suffer from sickness. They were cruel in their previous life to beings. So everything has an effect, and every effect will bring about a cause. So mind your thought. The effect comes from as minute, as delicate as a thought. Not just carrying out the action. Carrying out the action is already the karma is created. But it originates from a thought. That's the reason why you have to know your thought. Every thought counts. Every thought generates energy. So why are we meditating? Why we meditate? We want to make sure that we are in control of every thought. We want every thought to be in the path of enlightenment. We want every thought to be in compassion. We want every thought to be saintly. But that's difficult to do. Extremely difficult to do. Yesterday I came across a young man who asked me a question. And the young man has been studying Buddhism for a number of years. And then he said, Reverend, whenever I am doing exercise, bicycling and swimming, and he's an athlete. He likes exercise. He likes swimming and all kinds of exercise, hiking and all that. He said, whenever I'm concentrating doing exercising, I don't don't have any bad feelings. I just concentrate on my exercising. I don't feel depressed. I don't have any mental afflictions, no mental defilements. And whenever I'm doing exercising, hiking and all that, and whenever I'm sitting down for meditation, all this greediness and all these mental afflictions come up in me. How come? Should I just abandon meditation and just take on to exercising? Well, good question. How do you answer that question? It's tough. It's true. The same applies. I said, my answer is quite lengthy, but let's make it short. The same applies to if you're a gambler, you go into a casino, you're so overwhelmed by this satisfaction of your senses, like an athlete is exercising, he's so overwhelmed by his concentration of the activities that he didn't have any other depression. He wouldn't think about sorrow, lamentation, and physical suffering because he's in the process of satisfying his senses for the short time. He's doing biking and hiking. He's doing bicycling, swimming. He forget about everything about sorrow. You know why? Because when he's doing this, he's dealing with only the six senses, the sixth sense, the mano consciousness. This sixth sense, remember we have 8 consciousnesses: eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and lastly, the mental, the brain, the thinking consciousness. But that's the sixth consciousness. This thinking consciousness dominates all these other 5. In other words, he's the manager. He's extremely powerful. Everything has to go through him because he can relate to the past and projection to the future. He's extremely powerful. He's very active. He's responsible for greediness, hatred, all the mental defilements, you name it. He's responsible for that. When you're angry, he's agitated. When you feel sad, he's crying. When you feel joyful, he's happy. So that's, you've got that and I've got that, the sixth consciousness. When you are in the process of satisfying all these other 5 senses, your tongue, your taste, when you're eating food and it's delicious, you never have any other, you don't have a sorrow overwhelming you. That's when you're gambling, when you're exercising, when you are going for partying, listening to music, going out dating, courtship, you name it, you name all these things, the sixth sense. But when you're meditating, you're not only dealing with your sixth sense, you're dealing with your 7 and your 8 consciousnesses. What is this 7? The 7 consciousness. Your ego consciousness. What is the 8th? Your alaya consciousness. You're dealing with something very delicate. You're dealing with something deep inside. And it comes back to haunt you because all these seeds of sorrow, seeds of lamentations, seeds of depressions, all in the alaya consciousness. When you sit still, it all come up. It's just like when a pool of water is agitated, all the pollutants are everywhere. You can see clearly. But when you allow it to sit still, that process is very difficult. When you're sitting down, you allow that process of pollutant settlement. It's extremely difficult. Because you really have to use techniques to do it. So that's the reason why when you are exercising, when you are gambling, when you are having a fun time listening to music, when you're playing the computer, the iPad, whatever, all these things, all buried in there, your sixth consciousness agitated. And all this alaya consciousness that store all your past is not agitated. Your ego, who cares about ego? I'm playing. I have an ego, who cares? I like playing. So that's the reason why. So every time when we sit down and contemplate, you are one step closer to enlightenment because you're fixing up yourself internally. You're looking at your light consciousness. You're looking at how your sixth consciousness is agitated. I'm sitting in here. Oh, I thought about last night's party. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, and he shouldn't have said this, and he infuriated me. I hate him. All these things come back again. But then you control it. No, I shouldn't. I'm sitting. I'm concentrating on my breath. In and out, in and out. Forget about all this depression. Forget about all this greediness. Forget about hatred, disappointment, fear, greediness, jealousy, all that. Forget about that. It's difficult. You're in the process of doing it. But if you've gone through all this process, purifying yourself, you're on your way to the saintly path. You're on your way to get away from reincarnation because you're on your way not to create any more karma for yourself. Where you're in the casino, you're creating karma of greediness. When you go to party, getting up acquaintances, getting up relationship, you bury in the sexual feelings of a relationship. You forget about all this paticca samuppada. We have a larger group today, and I know that there are some students from Douglas College, and when I'm walking into the meditation room, I happen to ask questions, where they're from and what are they doing in here. They said they're taking a course. It's called Eastern Religion course. So is that the purpose of coming here? Fulfilling a credit? What's the purpose of coming to a meditation? Because your professor told you to come? What's the reason? Or you have to sign for attendance so that you can get an A? If the reason for coming here is just to fulfill the requirement of a course, you only satisfy half of the objective. What is more important is, why do you come here? Because you were told to come here? Because you were taking the Eastern Religion course? You come here, you want to get something, right? What do you want to get? Well, if you have questions, when we are having lunch, immediately after lunch you can ask questions. But right now I have half an hour, and I know that students are taking an Eastern Religion course, beginners in the philosophy of Buddhism. If I explain paticca samuppada only for those who are at a more or less advanced level that we have in here, they understand. If you listen to me explaining paticca samuppada, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But let's start by something very simple. You are taking a course that is called Eastern Religion. What is religion? What is a religion? If you say the definition of religion is there's a God, religion has ceremonies, religions have rituals, religion is a belief, religions have some guidelines in it, some literature in it. Is that how you define a religion? First of all, what is the God concept? If you define religion as having a God concept, Buddhism is not a religion, because Buddhism is not a blind belief in a God. There's so many gods, so many gods. If you say God is the creator, He's the beginning of the universe. So you're talking about a beginning and an end. Sometimes it's illogical to think of a beginning and an end. If there is a beginning, there must be an end. if there's an end, there's nihilism. That means at the end, everything is gone at the end. So why do we have to worry about the beginning? Since everybody will go, so why do we have to worry about the beginning? So all these things, does it trigger something in your mind? The other day there was a question asked, why do we have to ask why all the time? Just learn the hows of life. Just do what we habitually do, that's enough. That's not enough. You have to ask why. Why is it like that? To clear up all your doubts. So how do we answer that question, why? Why do we get born into this world? Why do we come here? For 100 years, if you live up to 100 years, and after 100 years, when you're 100 years old, you died. And during this 100 years, you've gone through a lot. Your babyhood, your childhood, your adulthood, we've gone through a lot. We passed through the 3 dimensions of time, past, the present, and the future. Why do we have to come at all into this world? Where do we go after we died? Why? A lot of whys. Why people are so inequitable? Why are some people rich? Why are some people poor? Why are some people handsome? Why are some people ugly? Why some beautiful? Some, so many inequities of life. Why? Do we have to get answers for those? Yesterday there was a young man coming in here, asked a question. He was a master in engineering, quite successful in his job, and he was sitting alone in the cafeteria eating. And when I came into the cafeteria, he started we started to get into conversation, and he said, I haven't been happy. I don't know why. I make quite a bit of money by being a partner in a firm, in an engineering firm, but I don't feel happy. When I was at school, I graduated from UBC. I was struggling to get pass all the courses, and then I get my engineering degree. I get a good job, and then I get married, and then I have 2 children now. And how come now? What am I getting? Is the purpose of life just making money? And I think I've been happy, but now I think that I'm not happy at all. What's the problem? What's my problems? We need to get answers for this. And the answers don't just come to you in a one session of a Dharma talk. There's so many that we have to know about life. But do we not need to know where do we come from? We're looking at Paticca Samuppada in here. Did you see that paper? Paticca Samuppada, dependent origination. What is Paticca Samuppada? Paticca Samuppada is dependent origination, and it explains the chain of causation that leads from birth to death. In other words, it explains reincarnation. It explains birth and death. It explains somehow how we come here, why we come here into this world. So just as a simple review, why don't we go through it? Dependent on origination, there's 12 links. It explains reincarnation. Anybody who does not know what reincarnation, do you know a little bit about those who don't know anything at all about reincarnation, raise your hand. So everybody know a little bit of reincarnation. That's sufficient. That's the basic foundation for understanding Paticca Samuppada. Number 1, Avijja Paccaya Sankhara. Now that is a Pali language. Translated in English, that means dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. What does that mean? Avijja is ignorance. Paccaya is dependent on or conditional upon. Sankhara is volitional reactions. It means because of our ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Ignorance is in my mind, in our mind, and because of that ignorance, we perform behavior, we perform speech, we perform thinking. What does that mean? What do we do in our daily lives? In our daily lives, our body performs behavior, our mouth performs speech, our mind performs thinking. Now, all this is related to our consciousness. If in our consciousness we have ignorance, then we perform with ignorance. Because of ignorance, because of mental afflictions, for example, we have fear, jealousy, disappointment, hatred, anger, greediness, all this ignorance. Because of ignorance, we perform accordingly because of our ignorance. Because of ignorance we kill. Because of ignorance we steal. Because of ignorance we lie. Because of ignorance we curse, we fight, we struggle. We do a lot of things because of our ignorance. But once that is performed, behavior performed, speeches arising, what is created? Energy is created. When energy is created, that means karma is created. Every action, every speech, every thought creates energy in the common English language. Energy, the Buddha said, define it as karma. Karma is created for not just in the thought, not just in the action, not just in the speech, as minute as the thought will create that energy. So because of this ignorance, we create karma. And karma has good karma, bad karma, and neutral karma. Karma is not just bad, Karma could be good. Sometimes you're compassionate, you're kind, you're generous, you're helpful. Sometimes you create good karma, sometimes you create bad karma, and sometimes neutral karma. But when karma is created, what happens? When the effect is germinated, is sowed in the field of consciousness, when the time comes, when an action is performed, the result will come out. When the effect is sowed in the field of consciousness, the effect will come out. Depending on ignorance, all this volitional reaction arises. And depending on volitional reactions, consciousness arises. Because of this karma that we created, when we died, what happened? When we died, the Buddha said, when we die, we roll into the next life. So the Buddha's teaching said, time is not just of the present life. The Buddhist perspective of time is very wide. The past, present, and the future. And the past relates not just to the last year, not just to 20 years ago, 30 years ago. It relates to many, many lives ago. Our past karma in previous life influence on what we are suffering now or what we are enjoying now. So what you are today is what you have created for yourself yesterday or in a previous life. So you are responsible for your own actions, your speech, not God. You are the creator of your own destiny. You create your own life. Given that, what kind of lesson you learn from this? You create your own life. In other words, you have the option to create bad karma or good karma. Which option you choose? Do you want to continuously creating bad karma so that you suffer more and more? Or you want to create good karma? Unfortunately, most people carelessly performing more bad karma than good karma. That's why we have stealing, killing, raping, you name it, all kinds of evil actions that we have performed. That's bad karma. So 1, 2, and 3 explain the past life. Because of this ignorance, you are what you are today. You know, if you want to know what did I do in my previous life, you don't have to ask God. You don't have to look at the crystal ball, to go to a gypsy place where you look at a crystal ball and you do some ballots, all kinds of magic tricks to tell you about your previous life. Whatever you have, whatever you encounter today, It's the effect of what you have done in the past. In other words, you're healthy, you're rich because you already have sold the cost of being healthy. For example, you didn't kill animals, you protect animals, and in your previous life you were so generous that you always help out, then you are rich. In this life, you become affluent. In previous life, you always praise people, you never accuse people or condemn people or curse on people. The sutra says, because of this, you have a good appearance. So whatever you have in this life, you know that's what you have done in your previous life. How come some people are more clever than the others? In their previous life, they sowed the seeds of cleverness. In what way? So many ways to sow the seed of cleverness. So depending on ignorance, volitional action arises. Depending on the volitional actions, consciousness arises. Because of all what we have done in the past, then everything you have done got stored in your consciousness, and this consciousness is invisible. Some people call it the soul. You call it the soul. This consciousness roll into this life, and this consciousness will again get polluted in this life and roll into the next life. Only when you purify your consciousness, then you don't keep on rolling into reincarnation. And sometimes we call it nirvana. You purify completely, no more reincarnation. What is the purpose of learning to become the Buddha, we call it? Learning to become the Buddha is not to learn to become God, or not to learn to go to heaven. Learning to be the Buddha is to stop all this ignorance, purify your consciousness. So depending on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. This consciousness, the polluted consciousness, will continue to roll life after life. The third, depending on consciousness, the mind and body arises. On the Pali side, it's Vinana, Pachaya, Nama, Rupa. Depending on consciousness, the mind and body arises. Talking about this life now, how do you come about in this life? Because of what you have done in your previous life, because of these volitional actions, because of ignorance, because of bad karma, good karma, then it tainted your consciousness, and with that consciousness, it gets to roll into this life. Now, when a person died, the body no more function, but the consciousness is still there. Or somebody call it the soul. The Buddha called it the alaya consciousness. The alaya consciousness would leave the body and become the Bardo stage at the juncture of death. So in other words, when a person passes away, what happened to him? The body dies, no more body. You already have leased that body for your lifetime, and the lease expires, it dues. You can't renew your lease anymore. The body, this body is not the real you. Who are you? You think this body is you? This body is just your apartment. When the time expires, you got to leave. But that consciousness in there, you carry that into the next life. Consciousness is energy. How big is that energy? It's unlimited. It's like the memory, unlimited memory in your computer. Everything that you key in, all your bad things, good things, you key in the keyboard, it gets stored in there, never go away. The computer collapsed, no more computer. But that memory is always there, it gets rolls into the next one. It's just like when you take out that disk drive, the hardware no more. But that software, there's an example. Even that software is invisible. But in this case, of course, there's an example only. That software, unlimited memory, you put it into the next computer. All the bad things you have done, it gets stored. Good things get stored. So depending on this consciousness, when a person dies, the polluted consciousness becomes the bardo stage. It strings into a bardo, we call it the bardo. That bardo is always in in gloominess, in darkness, for 49 days. We call it the Bardo stage, before reincarnation, before the actual reincarnation. When a person dies, in the 49 days approximately, he's roaming about. Some people die immediately and immediately reincarnate. Some people roam about for 49 days. They're still around. They're still around family members, still around the house, in the Bardo stage. But relatively a dark phenomena, a dark environment. And when a man and a woman have a relationship, it sparkles light. And this consciousness, being in gloominess for so long, is interested in what kind of light. When a man and a woman, so to speak, make love, that sparkle a light. And this consciousness, of course, is related to this man and woman somehow in previous life or in this life. And then he zooms into that light because he's interested in looking at that light because he has been in darkness for so long. And he zooms into the mom's womb, becomes the baby. We call it mind and body arises. That baby has mind and body too. But the body is not yet mature. The mind is just that polluted consciousness. So depending on consciousness, the mind and body means zooms into the mom's body, ready for the next life, because you die already. Number 4, depending on the mind and consciousness, the 6 senses arises. And then that baby develops in the mom's womb, with eyes, nose, ears slowly developing within the 10 months. Some baby comes out in 7 months, 6 months, 8 months, but not more than 10 months. Maybe 9 months, 7 months. So the 6 senses, the eyes, the nose, the ear, eyes, nose, ear, the body, the tongue, and of course the mental, the brain. So the 6 senses arises, and the number 5, depending on the 6 senses, contact arises. Then what happened? Then the baby comes out, it's mature, it gets contact with the world. Contact arises. Everybody gone through that process. Contact arises. And then when contact arises, depending on contact, feelings arises. So when you're a baby, you have feelings. Feelings of joy. When you feel happy, when a baby feels happy, smiles. Unhappy, cried. So feelings, you got feelings. Pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling, pleasant feelings, or neutral feelings. Baby have feelings. And then as the baby go into more and more mature, dependent on feelings, craving and aversion arises. That person, that sentient being, has craving now. He craves for something that is pleasant, and he hates something that is unpleasant. Like you and me, we've gone through all that. Then you develop your feeling into craving now, and aversion now. And then you slowly develop into adults. And because of craving and aversion, clinging arises. You cling to things you love. You hate things you don't love. So you create a lot of mental afflictions. And we always summarize it into, say, jealousy, hatred, greediness, disappointment, fear, depression, fraudulence, anger, violence. You name them, so many of these afflictions. Slowly they develop those. And you cling to things, you cling to materials. You like reputation, you like fame, you like money, you like materials, you like good food, you like beautiful clothes, you like anything that attracts you, that makes you feel good. You forever will always cling to materials. You never think about spiritual now. You're different today. You come here not for material, except for the lunch, I guess. You're not coming for material. You want enlightenment. You want something you understand. You want to ask the whys of life. That's not easy. How many people really come for enlightenment? People go to like pleasures. People never like, not very many people seek wisdom. They seek enjoyment of their senses. The eyes want to see beautiful things, the ears want to listen to good music, the tongue always want to taste good food. Their six senses always attach and cling to things they like. And they forever will be pursuing that kind of thing, even at the expense of hurting other people. That's what we call egoism. You become more and more egoistic. And they don't realize it. You've been creating all kinds of bad karma, and we don't realize it. Until maybe your mom and dad say, hey, sometimes you got to be careful, you have to be considerate. Then sometimes you do good things, good action, good speech. At the end of the day, every day you say, okay, I'm meditating now, it's 10:30. Before I go to sleep, I'm meditating. What did I do wrong today? Is there anything I'm so egoistic about it? Maybe I should be more altruistic. Did I hurt anybody? Who would do that? Who would do a reflection of what he has done in the daytime? Maybe a reflection of, have I got this? Have I got that? Do I achieve this? Should I get more? Should I get to be better? Or I hate this guy, I love this guy. What do you do when you reflect on? Do you do reflection? Or you just don't care? Nobody even cared about these things. They don't want to ask the whys of life. Here, you're listening to something that answers questions like why? How do I get enlightened? How do I improve on my wisdom? Not just attaching and clinging to material. Depending on clinging, the process of becoming arises. Because you cling to things, you perform bad deeds, you're creating karma, and then in this life, keep on creating karma with the tainted consciousness. At old age, when you were 100 years old, in a nursing home, you died. And you carry that tainted consciousness to the next life. The process of becoming the next life. The karmic energy pull you to the next life. To the next life, you go to the same loop. You're at the bottom stage, and you see the light, you zoom into another womb again. That's your mother again. That mother could be your former sister, your former grandmom. And that dad that you have could be your granddad. We don't know. We always have some unfinished relationship that we have to fulfill, that we come back again. In other words, we always have previous debts that we have to repay. Or we come back to receive the creditors owe us something. We want to receive back, get even with them. So they pay you or you pay them. In emotions, in monetary terms. So there's a lot of unfinished relationships that you have to live up to. You have two sisters, and how come each sister treats you a little differently? One sister loves you a lot more than the other sister. The other sister hates you. Why? Because you owe her something in your previous life. Why did your sisters love you? Because she owed you. You've been kind to her in previous life. How come husband and wife fights, and some husband and wife, they're so dear to each other? All has reasons for it, not without any reason. But how does it teach us? What kind of lesson we learn from this? You are the creator of your own destiny. You got to be careful in your thought, in your thinking, in your words, in your action. Don't create any bad karma anymore. You be careful of whatever, be careful of your thought, be mindful of your thought. Why do we learn meditation? Why do we learn walking meditation and meditating? Because we want to know how we think. If every thought is in your control, then what? Then you can select. Then you know what is wrong, what is right. You only do the right thing, not the wrong thing. Because when your mind is not under control, you're creating bad karma. Of course, given you know what is good, given that you have to know what is good, what is bad for you. So meditation is to put your mind under your control. The more you put your mind under control and you know what is good and what is right, the more you will do the right thing. The more successful, the more happy you will be. Meditation is to put your own mind under your own control. And then you say, how does it help me to get more? Some people say, how does getting my mind under control, how does it help me? Let me tell you, if you can get your mind under control, put aside religion, put aside enlightenment. If you can get your mind under control, you know what happens? You have more concentration. When you have more concentration, you know what happens? What happens if a student has very intensive concentration? He will be an A student. Because he concentrates in reading one page, he only spend about 10 minutes. You're not concentrating, you spend half an hour on one page, but if he's concentrating, he spend only 5 minutes or even 3 minutes. He finished a book in 2 hours. You finish a book in a week because of lack of concentration. So putting aside religion, putting aside enlightenment, if you increase your concentration, you will be the best student. If an employee has intensive concentration, he's the best employee. We'll continue with Paticca Samuppada, a Pali word translated in English is dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada. So there's a sutra, Paticca Samuppada Sutra. Because we have talked about it for quite a few weeks ago, and we may have forgotten some part of the concept in there. Many people ask, why were we born into this world? Where do I come from? Where would I go after I died? What is this existence all about? So it explains all these phenomena. Maybe just have a review today so that we can firmly remember it. Paticca Samuppada. The first one is, look at the Pali side, Avijja Paccaya Sankhara. Usually they chant it out, Avijja Paccaya Sankhara. They chant it out. But right now we don't have to chant it out. Avijja Paccaya Sankhara. It means dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. I go through 3 because 1, 2, and 3 explains the past. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 explains the present. And 11 and 12 explains the future. So you can explain Paticca Samuppada in 2 ways. One is a sequential time interpretation. The other is a cyclical interpretation. You can, in other words, you can explain it from the perspective of time. You can also explain it from a perspective of space. What is this world made up of? Time and space. So to explain life, the Buddhist teaching is not using a God concept to explain life. Life is not created by a creator. Life comes about through causality, causation. So this explains the existence of life in a series of flux of transient series. So Avijja Paccaya Sankhara is dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Number 2, Sankhara Paccaya Vijnanam is dependent on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. 3, Vijnana Paccaya Namarupam. dependent on consciousness, the mind and body arises. The first one is because of ignorance, dependent on ignorance, because of ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Volitional reaction, that means because of our ignorance, our senses correspond to all environments. Our eyes correspond to sight, correspond to all matters, ears to sound, tongue to taste, nose to smell, body to touch. All our senses correspond to our outer environments, and we act accordingly. It produces mental afflictions, and we act accordingly because of ignorance. When we correspond with the outside world, a lot of mental afflictions arise in us. What are these mental afflictions? Greediness, jealousy, hatred, disappointment, fear, anxiety, because we react to the world. Through ignorance, because of this reaction, we perform deeds. The body can perform a lot of deeds. Body performs behavior, and this behavior could be in the form of good behavior, bad behavior, and neutral behavior. But not just the body behavior perform in the form of behavior to outside environments, we also, our mouth, our creating speech, cursing, lying, slandering, double-tonguing. Our mouth also reacts. Our mind reacts. And of course, the mind is the master controlling the speech and behavior. So all these, when we react with the environments because of our ignorance, we perform karma, karmic energy. Volitional reaction arises. So, from the perspective of bad deeds, what did we do? The body can perform killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct for bad deeds. Of course, sometimes you also perform good deeds. So we create karma. So karmic energy, the nature of karmic energy has three natures. It's either good, bad, or neutral. Sometimes you perform good karma, sometimes bad karma, sometimes neutral karma. So this volitional reaction, that means in the process of reacting to it, we are creating karmic energy. Every thought creates energy. Every speech, every behavior creates energy. Karmic energy. And energy would not just disappear and don't worry, you kill somebody. No worry, because you kill somebody, you won't. If you never get caught, it does not matter. No, it matters, because you already have created the karmic energy, the energy of killing, of destroying the life of another sentient being. You lie, you think nobody would know about it, but you create the energy already. And just look at it scientifically, according to the conservation of energy, energy never just disappears. They may change form, but it never disappears. It never disintegrates into nothing. It may change form. So because of our ignorance, all this volitional reaction giving rises to karmic energy arises. And when this karmic energy arises, it produces karma. And because of this karma, we have retribution. So depending on volitional reaction, consciousness arises. What is this consciousness? A person, every sentient being has 8 consciousnesses. We have the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the tongue consciousness, the body consciousness, the mentality, the 6 consciousness. Those are easy to identify. 6 consciousnesses. But there's also the 7th consciousness. We call it the manas consciousness. That is the ego consciousness. Because whenever mental affliction arises, you always attach the ego to it. That ego has been grounded in there since many, many lives ago. You always have that ego consciousness, the 7th consciousness in there, the manas consciousness. And also there is the eighth consciousness, which is called the alaya consciousness, and there is the banking storage consciousness. So in other words, all these consciousnesses create all these volitional reactions, and when you die, you mean nothing retained? No, it would store in the alaya consciousness, a Sanskrit word meaning banking, storing all the seeds, storing everything in there. It's just like the disk drive in your computer. There are a lot of programs in the computer. There's the keyboard, the front end of the keyboards, like the front, when you key in information, is the keyboards. And then it goes to the program. More or less the program is the sixth consciousness. And the keyboard is more or less your senses, your eyes, your nose, your ears. It gets into the programming and then it will react. When it reacts, it stores immediately into the disk drive. It wouldn't get away. So for everything you've done, there's volitional reaction to it, and it gets all stored in the consciousness, in your consciousness. We call it the alaya consciousness, one of the 8 consciousnesses. Now, number 1 and number 2, we can say, we can ask another question. Where do we come from? How come I get born into this world? By examining number 1 and number 2, you may be able to get the answer. The time perspective of the Buddhist teaching is not just one life. It extends into previous lives. And if you never you haven't got enlightened, getting away from the loop of reincarnation, you'll roll into the next life. So looking at this present life, you say, where do I come from? When a person dies, your eye consciousness would go. You can't see anymore. You're dead. When at the juncture of death, the first consciousness that would be gone would be your eye consciousness. So the doctor rolls into your eyes and you know that, oh, this person is dead. And then your tongue consciousness, your nose consciousness, and gradually your ear consciousness. The ear consciousness would disintegrate, would disappear at a little later stage than the eye and the tongue. So that's the reason why when a person dies, he may not be able to see, he just couldn't feel any taste, no more smell because there's no movement of air, but he still can hear. He still may be able to hear you, even though he's clinically pronounced dead. He may still hear you. So, but all this consciousness would finally go. Your nose, your eye, your nose, your ear, your tongue, your body, your touch consciousness all go. And then what happened to the 6th, 7th consciousness? The sixth and the 7th consciousness, the mano and the manas, would shrink together and get stored into alaya consciousness. In the ego and the mentality would shrink because, oh, I'm dead. So he knows he's dead. And then it shrinks into the ego consciousness, and then it further shrinks into the alaya consciousness, which is the banking consciousness. The example that I use is a disk drive, but in this case, it's not a visible disk drive. It's not material we are talking about. A computer is material. Right now, we transcend material stage now into the consciousness level. Consciousness is not material. What am I made up of? What do you make up of? It's the body and mind. The body is material, but the mind, other than the brain, is not material. It is spiritual. Spiritual cannot be detected. Spiritual cannot even be detected by scientific methods. So that's the reason why science cannot prove the existence of consciousness after death. That's why science cannot prove the Bardo stage. In other words, you know what Bardo stage is? Science cannot prove ghosts. But science cannot prove non-ghosts too. In other words, science cannot say there's no consciousness, but science cannot prove there is consciousness. There's so many things that science cannot prove. In the discovery of atom, we think that many years ago, the scientists said atom is the smallest. First we have elements, and then we have atoms, and then no. We can further subdivide atom into protons and electrons. So in other words, it can further, the smallest can be further disintegrated into smaller articles. And how would it go? What's the limit to it? No scientist can tell you. What is the limit to the smallest? Many years ago, atom is the smallest, then protons, electrons, neutrons, and maybe neutron can be further subdivided into even smaller. But the scientists have stopped at the proton level, neutron level. They can't do anything more. There's limitation in science. That's the smallest. So the scientists cannot determine what is the smallest because there's so much more to do. And then we say, can the scientists determine what is the largest? No. What is the largest? Thousands of years ago, we think that this world is the largest. When we were in China, many years, thousands of years ago, we thought that, oh, China is the only state, it's the only place in the universe. And then there's the discovery of North America. So in other words, it's larger and larger. We discover more and more. And then before we land that rocket onto the moon, we thought that this Earth is the largest. Now, no, this galaxy. How many galaxies are there? Galileo, many years ago, he invented the telescope, and he told everybody that this is not the only world. There's a lot more in the outer space. So what's the largest? There's no end to the discovery of the largest. So you are telling me what is the beginning? What is the end? There's no beginning, there's no end. But when we explain life existence, we like to simplify it. We like to simplify it so that people can understand it. So some people will say, you are created. There's a creator that created you. It's that simple. You were created. The whole world was created by one creator. But can you give a simple answer to such a complicated question? You are created? But many people believe in it though. They believe in I'm created. Our forefathers were created. It's just like, what's the largest and what's the smallest? You were a consciousness before this body. And somehow, a man and a woman come together to make love, for example. And then you zoom into the mom's body to form the embryo, to form that, we call it the third one, mind and body, nama-rupa. That means out of causality, there's a man and a woman coming to have that relationship, and you are in a bardo stage. Your consciousness is at a bardo stage, which means that your consciousness is roaming about, do not know where, because the consciousness used to be attaching to some material before. It attached to your body before. It clings onto your body before when you were alive, and now it does not have someone to cling to, it does not have a material to cling to, it is in search of something to cling to attach to. We're always attached to material, you know. We're not comfortable when we're not, because we've been so much used to attaching to some material that we're not comfortable when you're not attaching to anything. It's just like our mind have been so ignorant that we attach to material. We want fame, we require fame, reputation, money, a mansion, good clothes, beauty, money, everything we want material. We are living in a world of materialistic world. We like to attach to material, right? We're so much used to it. We started that when we were a baby. And now you don't, all of a sudden, when you die, you only have a consciousness. You're not comfortable with it. You're always in search of something to adhere to. But you can't just go into any material, because according to the theory of causality, there must be something that relates you to the material. Here's a man and a woman making love, and you're in that battle stage. And what is the definition of making love? A fusion of a spermatozoa and an ovum. Zoom, fuse together. That forms the first material of a baby. We call it namarupam. And whenever there's a fusion, there's a light. We may not be able to see it. A fusion gives out energy too. And what is energy? Energy is light. It's just our eyes cannot see all kinds of energy. We can only see crude energy. I can see the light now. I can see two bright lights shining on me. These are crude lights. Human eyes are so limited. We can only see crude energy. You know a bumblebee? A bumblebee can see much finer energy than we. A bumblebee is hovering around the petals of a flower. The flower gives out the energy. It knows where to suck those pollen. We don't know. Not just bumblebee. There are many, many other animals that have much finer, what do we call, detection of energy than us. This is just common sense. So this fusion of a man and a wife produce energy. And that energy produces light. And this consciousness have a special feeling of that. Why? Because in previous life, this consciousness were familiar with the man and the woman. That man could have been the granddad of this consciousness. That woman could have been the daughter in many lives ago of this consciousness. They always have some causality that tie them together. That man, this consciousness here, that man owed $6 million and he has to repay him. And this, he has to repay her with $2 million. They have some unfinished business somehow. They have some unfinished business. They zoom into the body and form the namarupam. And we call it, dependent on consciousness, the mind and body arises. What is mind and body? That namarupam. Namarupam is the first material inside the body, or we call it the embryo stage. But the Buddha gave it a name. It has a mind, it has a body. The mind is, of course, immature mind. The body is, of course, immature body. Now that explains the past. So you say, why did I get into this world? Because of your ignorance, that you have performed many volitional reactions that create all this karmic energy, and all this karmic energy leads you to your life, and then when you die, you swing into that consciousness, and then you roll into the next life again, you roll into this life again. Every life is like that. And if I am a careful reader, I would ask, you said number one is dependent on ignorance, volitional reaction arises. Where does ignorance come from? I mean, you're just cutting half the water and say, this is water. Where does the water come from? What is ignorance? What gives rise to ignorance? Are you not going to question that? Or you just accept what I said? It's not right to accept whatever I said. You start with ignorance. Well, how come you start with ignorance? Where does ignorance come from? Ignorance comes from what? Ignorance comes from, if I just use, I can go on and on and on, but I just use just one word and then I explain that word, of course. Ignorance comes from causality. Ignorance comes because of many reasons, many causes. And every one of these causes does not have its own nature. Say, for example, if a man kills a woman, of course, it's criminally ignorance. Why did he do that? Are there no reason for it? There must be many reasons why that man killed that woman. Of course it's ignorance, right? It's not wisdom. Killing someone is not wisdom, it's ignorance. But where does that killing concept come from? It comes from ignorance. Where does ignorance come from? Ignorance comes from why did he kill her? There are many reasons to it. And all these reasons tied together is like a labyrinth of reasons, one knot tying each other. And let's examine these reasons. Oh, they're husband and wife. And the man suspected the woman of adultery, for example. Why did he get the suspicion? Well, he saw her having a romance with another guy. But it happened that they just maybe bumped into an old friend at school. Actually, there was nothing like that happened. But because of his jealousy, he created a lot. Why did he have that jealousy? Because at a young age, he was brought up that way. In his family, when he was young, he was brought up in a broken home, where the dad and the mom always have this kind of jealousy around, and that affect him. And the reasons can extend on and on and on. How did you identify the first cause, the first reason? So don't say that, what is the first cause of ignorance? You can't identify the first cause of ignorance. Because we always believe in, what is the beginning of that cause? What is the beginning of ignorance? If there's a beginning, there's an end. It's illogical. There's no beginning. There's no starting point and there's no ending point. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Which one starts first? You tell me. Spring starts first? Preceding spring is winter. If there's no winter, there was more than spring. So which comes first? In the Niagara Falls, I used to go down there with raincoat, and at one time I was thinking, the water that's coming down, how did it come about like that? Where did the water come from? Does the water originate from the mountain up on the hill, and then this fall happened? Where did the water come from? The water from the crust of the earth, the humidity, and then where did the humidity come from? Humidity come from the rain. Where did the rain come from? The rain from the cloud from the sky, and all this evaporation comes from the water in the ocean. It's a loop. How can you identify the first reason for it? You can go on and on. Ignorance comes from causality, comes from many, many reasons of which there's no beginning. You can't identify the beginning. Yes, you can, only when you transcend temporal wisdom. Only when you are the Buddha. You transcend regular wisdom. We call it Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. Because using our mind now, which is a polluted mind, we're not in a position to find out that. Because our mind is already polluted. Our mind. It's because our polluted mind, our polluted consciousness, that reincarnate into this world. Only when our mind is free from all these pollutants will we be able to know exactly what happened before. And many of the Buddhist disciples ask the same question. Oh, Bhagavate, I want to ask a question. Where did I come from? I want to know the first cause. Am I created? If I don't know the first cause, I'm not going to believe in you, because really I want to know where I came from. And the Buddha always gives this parable to explain it. We call it the parable of poisonous arrow. You like to know about the parable of the poisonous arrow? Shooting arrow. There was a man at the crossroad. It's good to repeat and think about it. There's a man at the crossroad, And then one was traveling on a crossroad, and suddenly an arrow was shooting from somewhere and hit his chest. Not directly into the heart, otherwise it would be dead. Hit into the chest. And he was wounded, seriously wounded on the road. And everybody was flocking on to him and said, what happened? The man was seriously wounded by the arrow. The parable of this is that arrow is the world. It's coming to the world, getting all this suffering. He was seriously wounded by the arrow. And everybody was coming up and see what happened. And one guy said, where did the arrow come from that got into this man's chest? Another guy said, how come the arrow is come from that way or this way? What's the arrow made up of? Is it made up of wood, of metal? And if it's made up of metal, what kind of metal? Is it copper? Is it just a piece of stone? They find out the source of the arrow. But the most important action to do is not to find out where the arrow is coming from. The first is to rush him to the hospital. Get him cured first. Otherwise, he'll be dead. You ask too many questions. You want the first cause. You want who created the world, who created you. You ask all these questions of which your polluted mind is not in a position to know. And you ask too many questions, you're dead. You can't save the man anymore. The first is to rush him to the hospital and to treat him. In other words, you follow the Buddhist teaching and the practice to cure yourself, to pollute, to purify your mind first, and once your mind is all purified, you are in a much better position to know why. So 1 and 2, I explain 1 and 2. 1 and 2 explain the past and a little bit of the present. Why am I here? Well, I grow, I become the mind and body in my mom's womb, and then a developing of the embryo, then I come out, and then I cling to the world, I attach the material, I create a lot of karma, and then when I died, I became shrink into the light consciousness again and roam about and finding another attachment, and then I see another fusion, I get into there again. So we've been rolling that. We've been changing our form, but we haven't changed our consciousness. We've been in the row of existence, rolling into different hotels. 5-star, 2-star, 4-star, bed and breakfast. Only bed and breakfast, no dinner. Well, they're like that. They're hotels like that. The 5-star presidential suite, you roll into a presidential suite, oh, you enjoy everything in life. You roll into a 3-star at worst, you roll into a bed and breakfast, you can only stay in the morning. So you roll into all the different hotels, but who roll in there? Who check in and who check out? You yourself. You check in and check out yourself. Nobody else. But you're changing your hotel. You're changing this body. This body is a hotel. You think this body is permanent? No. It's just a hotel that you're entitled to. Who give you this hotel? Nobody gives you this hotel. You book it yourself. You create your own destiny. You did a lot of good things in your previous life, you got a good hotel in this life. You get all kinds of bad things in your previous life, you get a bed and breakfast. May not even have breakfast. You're on the road. A sleeping bag in a tent.